Thank you for joining us this morning, and it is a pretty wet morning, so sorry about that. There was nothing we could do. What was that? At least it's not snow? Whose team are you on? We're going to give it a couple more minutes. I hear there are a lot more people down the hall, so. So have many of you people been here to the G. Fox building before? So a few, yeah, it's a gorgeous building. If you guys get a chance, quite iconic here in Connecticut. All of us have phenomenal stories about being little kids coming to the G. Fox building. I know when I had the option to redo the floor downstairs in the shop, is all I could remember was downstairs was house coats in the basement, those nasty things with the snaps, that with the obligatory roll down nylons and a hairnet that women wore in the 50s and 60s. And I looked at it and it's a terrazzo floor and I thought, I would never cover that over. How great it is for manufacturing and how great it is for memories. So I think we're going to get started now as we're filtering in. And I'm going to say welcome and thank you all. This is our 5th annual New England Maker Summit. Quite an accomplishment for us. Even more thrilled to be back together again. I'm going to say in a post-COVID atmosphere, but I guess we're kind of still semi-COVID. 2 years ago, we learned that getting people together in one room to talk about making and innovation resulted in people getting hired, people starting businesses, people discovered a pathway for prototyping options, creating collaborations with others, and people got motivated to move forward in their careers and lives. Now, that's an interesting piece of information because fast forward 2 years. After we finished highlighting pathways to entrepreneurship, teaching skills, and helping people transition to new jobs and start businesses, today, steadfast to the Makerspace's vision of lifting people up, we highlighted a different type of pathway. This one was to lift you all out of bed this morning so that you could get here in the pouring rain. And we're thrilled that we're helping you with that and that you're joining us. So the first thing I want to say is, let's hear it for being together again in person. Thrilled. If there's one irrefutable fact that I learned over the past 8 years since I initiated Makerspace CT's vision, it's that we must collaborate to move forward. We're stronger, we're more brilliant, more resilient as a collaborative effort than we are alone, or worse, in mandated isolation. All things in our world, all thoughts in our mind begin as energy. We emit that energy in a luminescent field around our bodies. We attract and are attracted to each other's energy and vibration. Colloquially, our language affords phrases like, I just get her vibe, or he's just vibing happiness. I'm drawn to her style. Conversely, we've all felt the opposite when someone exudes negative energy or chooses to share their anger with us. It just doesn't feel very welcome to our bodies or our spirits. Makerspace CT's mission starts with the phrase, to positively impact lives. And that imparts that we bring positive energy to every interaction that we have. That also means that we include everyone and we seek to level the playing field so that all our members, students, residents receive equal access to knowledge, equipment, and support. For my vision, critical to the success of Makerspace and curated very closely is that humble, open, positive energy that greets all of us who seek us out. We, the employees, have become a family that chooses to work together. I see them all lining up over there. That chooses to work together physically because we share the same vision, vibration, and sometimes the same energy. Although no one can match our ever-ready bunny, Mark Colbert, who we now have learned neither eats or sleeps during the day. We have concluded after much thought that he is a light eater. So thanks, Mark. Innovation is our fuel at Makerspace. We're early adopters, creators, questioners, teachers, and makers. We strive to break the barriers to access. We support manufacturing and all other vertical disciplines that now embrace our curriculum of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, additive manufacturing, the Internet of Things, robotics, and technologies that we haven't even imagined yet. These industries stretch beyond manufacturing to insurance, healthcare, military, firefighters, and even advertising and marketing now employs artificial intelligence software to write some key copy for you after putting in metrics and meta tags. In our world, there are no more boundaries across industries. When it comes to technologies, we will all learn similar skills. And in our homes, we will have 3D printers and use Nest thermostats and the IoT to control the climate. The question before us today is, how do we engage and retain the next generation of our workforce? Business cannot be carried on as usual. Employment in the post-COVID world creates a modified approach. We are living in a period marked by the Great Resignation and punctuated by many employees setting out on a different path. Technology has grown exponentially to accommodate the seismic shifts in our work-life values, and we must embrace diversity and all the rewards it offers to achieve equity and access of opportunity. Recently, I've heard manufacturing executives talk about relaxing harsh workforce policies and job sharing and other methodologies that are used to make jobs at their companies more appealing to potential workers or even incumbent workers. 88% of our manufacturers have reported difficulty in finding and retaining workers. 41% have a labor shortage, and they say that is the biggest obstacle to their growth. Today, we're going to hear from a brilliant array of speakers who will share their experience and insight so that we may collaboratively build a pathway to a more vibrant Connecticut economy and workplace. I want to introduce our team at Makerspace CT. Over there, we have John Harris, who's head of additive. Mark Colbert, who is chief operations officer. Emma Russell, who is our chief administrator. We have Dave Sekel, who is our general shop manager, and Drew Gates, who is our director of education. I'd also like to thank, I see a few board members here. We have Dave Christensen, and I saw Beatrice Gutierrez walk in. And so I'd like to say thank you to both of them who worked tirelessly. I want to say that we have had back-to-back events this fall between a maker battle for which the team had to design a large arena, as well as Make 48, which televised a maker competition here, a 48-hour competition. And hopefully, as part of, if Hartford wins, there'll be a bit of a PBS show on making out of the Hartford area. I also want to thank all of our volunteers today. I also want to introduce Scott over here, Phillips, who is part of our team, head of digital media. And so everybody does this seamlessly. And Emily, behind the column over there, thank you. We all can take a look at Emily Bourne, has been here on registration. So she's helping us. I want to thank our volunteers for the day, Elise, Jim, Kurt, Dina, Bob, Heidi, and Will. And I want to list our sponsors and thank them for the day: Stanley Black & Decker, Mark Summers, Aqualine Drones, Cantor and Coburn, University of Hartford College of Engineering, Technology and Architecture, City Seam, Weha Breweries, Hartford Flavors, and Century Commercial for sponsoring our cocktail hour later on this afternoon. I'm going to encourage everyone to visit our exhibitor tables and take a tour of the shops downstairs. We're going to have demos running throughout the day. You can get an agenda over at the registration table, and there's a QR code, so you can get that on your phone as well. Lunch is going to be served up here from Rockin' Chicken. We're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock in this area to hear from the governor's workforce and the head of CBIA. And at 1:45, we're going to go downstairs to the shop. That will be track track 2 will be downstairs, inclusivity and STEM education. Track 1 will remain up here. There is an escalator there, an elevator there. There are bathrooms in our administrative suite. Go in the door to the right. There are also bathrooms downstairs. There are keys and codes for downstairs. All of your name tags have a red dot on them, which signifies that you are going to get a lunch from the lunch table over there. I'd like to welcome you to all introduce yourselves to one another. Please let me know who you are. And our Wi-Fi name is Makerspace CT. Our password is Make Stuff. And for Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, we're at Makerspace CT, and we're streaming out this event on makerspacect.com live. And with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Rippy Singh. Dr. Singh is a purposeful, innovative coach, strategist, author, keynote speaker, Industry 4.0 enabler, and a lifelong learner. He has practiced innovation as a corporate leader and engineering professor and on DoD, SBIRs in the USA, Europe, and Asia. Rippy is an expert contributor to the ISO 56000 on innovation management, guest editor for the international journals, advisor to several universities around the world, as well as International Association of Innovation Professionals. He's authored 8 books, 100+ internal journal publications, and 300+ lectures. During COVID lockdown, he spoke about Industry 4.0 over 20 times and in 10 different countries. I met Rippy about 4 years ago. I'm always amazed at how he's able to turn my perspective upside down. I inevitably learn from him every time I'm able to hear him speak. At a time when there's so much noise and static to distract my attention, Rippy's words always clear a path to my undivided attention and stretch my thinking in new dimensions. For that, I'm grateful, and I'm honored to share him with you today.
Thank you, Deborah. When I was growing up, somebody said, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. Okay, is the title chart up there? Great. Thank you, Deborah, for the extensive introduction. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, now we're in business. First time when Deborah called, she said, I want you to give a talk at my event, and I was kind of surprised. Why would she call me? I don't have a big title with a big company. I'm not with a government body distributing money out. Then it must be my good looks.
Definitely. It's that you're taller than I am.
Okay. And then my wife reminded me that you don't look like Kim Kardashian at all, so don't worry about that either. Now I got curious as to why was I invited. So I called her up and I said, Deborah, what is it that you want me to talk about? And what can I do in this forum today? And she said, you have traveled a lot in the last few years. I want my audience to hear from you what other people around the world are thinking about innovation and what are they doing. And I tell you, I was surprised one more time because that's a question that very few people in Connecticut actually ask. So what's going on outside Connecticut? So today I'm going to share with you learnings that I have had by talking about Industry 4.0 and its application in all these places around the world. It might sound like a buffet of things, but there's a theme in here, and you will get the theme towards the end of it. And if you actually feel that Rippy touched upon various topics, not just one particular topic, then I think I meet Deborah's expectation to bring perspective as to what's going on in the world. You know, people talk about Industry 4.0 now very extensively. In Connecticut, we started talking about this 4 years ago, but now it's become big. But around the world, people are also talking about hey, there is more to the technology. It's not just about technology. You have to think about what purpose it serves, what is the meaning, what is the role of human in the loop. There's a topic around ethics being discussed with Industry 4.0, which is not an easy one. And we've been looking at all of those subjects, and some of that has actually recently been published in a book as applied to a topic of NDE 4.0. But today's talk, let me cover three different things. Okay. I will touch upon Industry 4.0, why, how, and also share with you what I call as your purpose profile journey, so to say. And then I'll switch over to human considerations, which is not discussed very extensively, but are slowly becoming a lot more important in the face of actually adopting and accepting digital transformation. And then I will go towards the end as to what could be the next revolution. So let's start with the topic of Industry 4.0. Right? I mean, we all know this. We have seen similar charts so many times. First one was because of steam, second one because of electricity, third one from computers, and fourth one famously known as IoT or connectivity. But really, what has happened is during the second revolution, we became masters of the physical world. We learned how to deal with material, production, supply chain, efficiencies, all that stuff. During the third revolution, we became masters of the digital world. And the fourth revolution actually brings these two together. Okay? It brings digital, physical world in a closed loop. How do you go from a physical environment to digital environment, understand and predict the physical environment, and then go back, control it to the way you want? So physical to digital to physical. Today, if somebody talks about Industry 5.0, I tell you what my analysis is, and some of the other thought leaders around the world. If it's being discussed in the research environment, universities or national labs, yes, they are exploring what would be the next major change. But if somebody in the industry talks to you about Industry 5.0 and says, I have a solution for that, it's a marketing buzzword. Don't fall for that, because we haven't yet gotten full handle on Industry 4.0 when it comes to application. So let's wait, let the researchers work that out, and we'll see when the timing is right for 5.0. When this thing first happened, BCG gave a list of 9 technologies back in 2015, 16, following the German definition. But that list has evolved. And I think last year was more like 17 technologies. This is a 2020 report. I think this year there may be 2 more that I don't know of, and in another 2 years there'll be 2 or 3 more. They are continuously evolving. So your portfolio of digital technologies is never complete, and never ever expect that it will be complete. Because there's a confluence and there's a merger and there's a buildup of technologies that is bringing new stuff faster than we can conceive. So let that journey evolve, but adopt what makes sense, what makes purpose. But at the core of all of this, the fundamental thing you need to understand about Industry 4.0 is that there is something called digital twin. That's at the core of it. The easiest way to understand the concept of digital twin, think about Facebook is your digital twin of one aspect of your life. LinkedIn is a digital twin of a professional aspect of your life. Similarly, you can have a digital twin for anything. Your medical record is a digital twin of your health. Amazon maintains a digital twin of your shopping practices. And all the technologies that you think of, they fall in really 4 different categories. How you acquire data, how you process data, how you visualize data, and how you later on go back from the data environment to a physical action, whether you do 3D printing or you have a robotic control. So anything and everything that allows you to go from physical environment to digital environment, back to physical environment, is Industry 4.0. We meet people who will say, we've been doing Industry 4.0 for 20 years. You have now just given it a new name. You created a new buzzword. Let me tell you, when somebody says that he's been doing this for 20 years, he or she doesn't yet understand what it means. They are still talking about 3.0. It's closing of the loop between the physical, digital, physical world is what makes the fourth revolution the fourth revolution. Classic example, driverless car. All the sensors and the cameras at any point are capturing the physical reality on the road, are computing in real time the motion of the rest of the traffic, making decisions on how to control the car, and controlling it in real time to achieve a purpose, to safely carry passengers. That's the fourth revolution. And you see, this is different than cruise control or automatic lane departure or automatic braking because it closes the loop between the physical and the digital world. That's what is fourth revolution. But in the end, what does it mean? All these technologies, why do we do these? Why do we do this? Sometimes we are not even aware as to why we do it. Many people working for large organizations are at level where they're doing it because their boss wants them to do it. It's a part of the job. I'm just doing my job. Don't realize it. But some business owners, business managers, they understand and they think of it as, oh, you got to make money. That's not a bad purpose. And there are others who are just pushing the technology. They just want to create the next frontier for the rest of the world. That's a good thing. But that's not where we should stop. That's where we should start thinking about why we do what we do. Think about, is there a social implication? Am I doing it to make homes smart? Smart cities, smart factories, smart healthcare, smart education, whatever. Is there a social purpose? Is there a problem in the society that we are solving with what we are doing? I think that's where the purpose piece begins. Now you can also go beyond that. Think about how we preserve anything that's precious. We all own jewels. We have important things. We insure against them, but we preserve them. If you have a precious stone, what's the most precious stone that we have today? Is this. I want you to think about that. Max? I want you to think about it. Max, hold it up. If this is the most precious stone that you have, and you inherited it from your grandparents and parents, and it's your responsibility to give it to your children and grandchildren, how are you going to preserve it? It's a question we should ask. Can we use the right set of technologies to actually enable sustainable solutions? That's one of the purposes that we must always think of. And if for some reason we feel it is somebody else's job, it's government's job, or it's non-profit job, or it's the COP guys who are having climate summit and Scottsdale, whatever, okay, is their job? No, it is everybody's job. And even if you think it's not a part of your business, think of it at least as a constraint. Ask that question in what you are doing and how you are doing. Are you helping or hurting the planet? Very, very important. Yeah, see, some of the charts may still have a different language because they come from other talks. One of the concepts to understand this clearly is called Earth Overshoot Day. I just want to bring the point home to you as to how much of a problem we have with purpose and how badly we are leveraging technology for what we believe is the right thing to do. Earth Overshoot Day is the day when essentially on the planet we run out of the budget for natural resources. Earth has a biocapacity. It has a supply. It can supply a certain amount of fish, certain amount of oxygen, trees, forestation, animals. And we, humanity, have a certain amount of demand. We have an ecological footprint. It's just like income and expenses. And there's a date when you use up all of your income and you're spending more. That's the Earth Overshoot Day. It's the day when planet's annual biocapacity runs out of budget for the year, which means after that, humanity is eating up into the reserves of the planet. And that day is continuously getting closer and closer and closer for the last 50 years. In 1970 was the first time we breached that barrier. That means humanity on this planet ran out of budget. And now we have reached the month of July. How long can we continue like this? Let's also look at country-wise. The world this year hit that budget on July 29th. In US, we hit that on March 14th. Can any one of you run your business if you run out of budget on March 14th? How will you pay to your employees for the rest of the year? That's the kind of a problem we have with the way we consume resources. We need to find a way to go all the way from March 14th to December 31st because we are trapped. Because we are trapped on this planet. We do not have a planet B. We really don't have a planet B. And we are really eating up this one. So we got to do something. We have to innovate to sustain. Either we innovate to sustain, or otherwise, at least every innovation, every business decision we make, let sustainability be a constraint. Not just a buzzword for somebody in the UN to talk about it. It's got to be a part of our life. It's got to be part of our business. So I will say there's a hierarchy of innovation purpose, and it's important to understand that. You can create technology just to make money, and I call it a red, because that's not the right way to do. You should create technology for a social reason or for sustainability. Then it begins to make sense. So adopt Industry 4.0, adopt digitalization, but please adopt it responsibly, because that's the only way to do. Ask yourself a question, where are you today? When you go back to your workplace, ask yourself, where are you today? And ask yourself, is there something you need to do to change it? Now I'm going to take you to the next piece of it. I just talked about purpose. I want to now talk about innovation profile. When I ask people how innovative you are, the general answer is, we're very innovative. Then I ask them on a scale of 1 to 5, where are you? And they typically say, we are 4. And then I would say, okay, if 1 is a happy observer, like Blockbuster and Kodak, and 5 is the resilient companies like Google and Apple, where are you? I normally hear 3. And then I define the 2, 3, and 4. 2 is somebody who's following and innovating in response to market need. 3 is forecasting the need and innovating to be prepared for it and take the advantage of time. And level 4 is a visionary trendsetter. You're actually creating something new, and you're creating a demand for it. So there are examples all over, and I put Tesla in that one over there. Ask yourself a question, where are you? Are you a follower? Are you a forecaster? Or are you changing the trends? Where do you stand? Now I'll come to the actual question. If I were to combine the two, the purpose and profile, okay, the question is, what has been your journey? Where were you a while back? Where are you today? Where do you want to be? Ideally, you want to be up there, but that's really idealistic, very hard. It's pretty good, an exemplary company, if you have a social pull and you're a visionary trend center, but most of the time, startups are here, and as they grow, they actually start slipping on their profile. And if they don't focus enough, they further come down and they become followers. And that's where majority of the surviving companies are. Those who wake up at this point either stay there consciously or turn around. And those who don't even wake up and stay happy observers, they become endangered species. And that's the exit from the business. And that's a journey which is very common. I'm just going to throw some lines over here for me to make you see what I mean. BlackBerry, there is no analysis behind this. This is not from McKinsey. I've not spent $100,000 analyzing this. This is based on my understanding and appreciation of all the stuff that I read. Google's gone like that. Chipotle has gone like that. I myself have gone something like this. When I started, I did not know about sustainability until I got called to China to talk about it. And it suddenly changed. This model evolved in collaborative research with Tsinghua University in China. Some of the people, Jeff Bezos is over there. Elon Musk is over there. I want you to think about what has been your journey. Where were you? Where are you today? And where do you want to be? And I'll tell you what, if you find that you are here, you should have a chief innovation officer in your organization or on your board telling you what to do. If you believe you're a smart forecaster or agile follower, actually, if you're an agile follower, you better make sure you have a chief risk officer in your team somewhere. And if you are somewhere between happy observer and agile follower, you better hire a chief prayer officer, because that's the guy you need at the moment. Okay? I'm just helping you find out what talent you need depending upon what your profile is. To help you all with all this transformation on the innovation side and Industry 4.0 and stuff, ISO in 2013 started creating a new set of standards called ISO 56000. I don't know whether it is coincidental or what. The month I started my practice is the month when ISO launched this, and I had no clue about that. And I learned about them about 2 years later, and then it took me about a year to become a part of that team. I can give you a free copy of my book if you can spot me in this picture somewhere. So today, ISO has about 10 standards. Some of them are already published, and some are in works. I tell you, I learned so much working through the ISO 56006 that was just published, and now with ISO 56008 as to how do you quantify. It's amazing to hang out with some of the 100 of the smartest folks on the planet who talk about innovation and create standards for everyone else to work on. It's just amazing. It's an opportunity that I could not pass by. It's not affordable for me, but I have no sponsorship, but I still want to do it because that's where I learn what I bring from my clients. And I found out that all of my content that I had published in 4 books, a good piece of that has actually gone into becoming ISO standards. So if you ever lay your hands on ISO standards and you want to adopt that, these are the books you can pick from Amazon, and they will help you implement ISO 56000 for innovation. I generally don't like to advertise, but here I can do it shamelessly because I send all the profits towards ocean cleanup because that's my purpose for my practice. So this is coming out. Then when all these 4 books were there and I saw them happening with the ISO alignment, one day a good friend who's not here today, I had invited him, his name is Brent Robertson, he asked me a question. He said, Rippy, all your books cover page has human on the cover, but none of the table of contents talk about human. And I looked at it and I said, oh, yeah. And then I dig deeper. I had the human element embedded in various places, but never spiked out. And then when I started talking about this to my international peers, and I heard that they were also feeling the same way. And that led to the 5th book that was recently released in France. It's called Edge to Edge. It's the term I picked from Brian Kramer. He says, never ever think that you are in a B2B business or a B2C business. Always, always think you're in an edge-to-edge business. It's all about human to human. The B2B and B2C is just a part of the value stream, but it's all about humans doing things for humans. So think of yourself as an edge-to-edge practice. Again, if you realize, go back to my purpose model, it suddenly takes you from financial purpose to the social purpose, because now we start talking about edge-to-edge. So the second part of my talk is around human considerations. There are lots of them. I cannot touch upon all. We will actually discuss some of them in the afternoon interactive. But let's look at them quickly. Leadership. Leadership in 4.0 is very different. All of those people who were successful vice president and operating officers under the 3.0 sector, if they try to use the same principles in 4.0, it ain't going to work. And there's a reason why we see a lot of young folks climbing up the corporate ladder much faster, because they know the leadership required for digital transformation is different than what was done until we had physical world and the computer worlds separate. The hierarchy is completely detrimental to this because it's all, just think about it. You're going from cloud computing, server computing, edge computing. It's the same way. If you do not delegate decision-making down to which is a part of the digital physical loop, it's not going to work. The expertise required for Industry 4.0, very different. You have a completely different set of hard skills that you need, and you need a completely, I shouldn't say a different, but some of the soft skills that we have had in the past, they certainly now have more significance in Industry 4.0. So you got to pay heed to that. I think one of the things that I tell all youngsters when they say, Rippy, what skill do we need to develop? I say the skill to quickly pick up a new skill. Because if the rate at which the technologies are hitting the market is the rate at which we need to develop new skills. And then the second thing is confidence to do something for the first time. Okay. We are at a point where every year you're going to have to do something new. And COVID actually demonstrated that to an extent I had not imagined. I mean, I had talked about all sorts of disruptions before, but this was not a disruption. This was a dislocation when every industry got disrupted. Diversity. We have talked about diversity in the world. We talk about gender. We talk about all those things. But the studies and the data has actually shown diversity is absolutely, absolutely essential for Industry 4.0. It just does not work without inclusivity of diverse thought process. And when I talk about diversity, I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about the way we think. Okay? It's our experiences that we bring to the table. It's the diversity of the way we ask questions and what questions we go after. For Industry 4.0, couple of years ago, 3 years ago, I got an invite to give a talk at Vancouver on women in Industry 4.0. And I told my wife, I said, I got this invite over it. She said, what do you know about women? I said, nothing. I said, you better learn. I said, fine. So I spent some time with her. Then I spent some time with a few of my women mentors. And my eyes opened up. And I actually, within 2 months, concluded that women will make better leaders in Industry 4.0, simply because their brains are wired differently. Their brains actually are genetically left and the right lobes are connected. And that's what we need for Industry 4.0. And guess what? I mean, now, if you look back, they say that the top 7 countries that came out of COVID fastest were all led by women. There is data now that is showing that when women have gotten into change management, when they have gotten into transformation, they've been a lot more successful than men. Let's accept it. Let's accept it and let's give it a try. It works. There is data showing that. Now, is it in nature or nurture? So I went deeper into this, and you realize it's actually the way we nurtured them. We nurtured them differently right from the day one. The solution, the way we talk about solution, creating a place on the board for 1 woman, 2 women, and then we hire a woman to put on the board who actually thinks and acts like a man, that does not address the problem. That addresses the symptom. We need to go beyond that. We need to go after women who actually think like a woman, because that's where the value comes. Okay? And the problem actually starts at the age of, can anybody guess when the problem starts? It starts at the age of 2. It starts at the age of 2 when you take your child to Walmart and you have different aisles for toys for the women, toys for the girls, and toys for the boys. That's where we start discriminating. That's where we start putting into their head that you're a woman, you're a girl, you need to think like this. These are boys' toys, these are girls' toys. Number of STEM companies, STEM toy companies that are now making toys which are gender neutral is going to help this. Now, that's a long-term solution. And we need to start thinking about that as a parent first and as an employer next. Because employer will solve today's problem, but as a parent, we'll solve tomorrow's problem. So let me go on, because I'll probably run out of time pretty quick. I have another little thing. Gender gap, when did it start? Actually, before the Industrial Revolution, men and women worked equally in the farms. And I know it because my grandmother and my grandfather, they both worked at farm all the time together. The gender disparity started with the first Industrial Revolution. It widened during the second one, simply because the work environment was very hazardous. People were working in mines and factories and working with gases that were not healthy, and women were kept at home to take care of the kids because they had to bear the child. That's where it started. It started for a social purpose, but then it became a professional reason. But now with the third revolution, computers, enabling women to be able to work from home, the gap is coming down. The fourth one will bridge the gap. It might actually swing the other direction for a while. But now there is something else that's happening. We talk about Industrial Revolution. This one, when we start having robots, we're going to have a slightly different problem. This is a poster from 1941. We got to make sure, otherwise very soon, both men and women will be fighting for their rights while robots and AI will be ruling the world. Okay? So we got to think about that piece. So I talked about gender piece. Now let me touch a little bit on ethics. The trap of ethics for us in the fourth revolution is that people are innovating faster than regulations can keep up. People have no precedence or experience to learn from. And now suddenly there is a boss or there's a business reason which says, you have the right to do it, you can do it, nobody's stopping you to do it, go push this product to market without asking the question, is it helping or hurting? So who is watching out for us in that space? You all heard the story about Juul's e-cigarettes. That's a classic example of no regulation, no experience, and somebody wants to make money and pushes down a product that creates health problems. And this is now happening with AI. So the question we must ask is, right thing to do versus right to do. And then we can ask, what I'm doing, is it right for the customer? Is it right for business? We do ask those questions. Is it right for employees? We sometimes ask, sometimes don't. Responsible companies do. Is it the right way to do? Can it hurt non-consumers? Can it hurt society or planet? Those are the questions that we should ask. There's a significant guidance from Santa Clara University. I won't go deeper into that. There are 16 different dilemmas that we have to deal with. You can ask a question, which ones are relevant to your work? Their website explains a lot of them in glory details. We talk about that, we talk about Facebook, we talk about Google, we talk about Amazon, we talk about all those companies who have implemented AI, facial recognition. Those cases are, okay, I'm getting the warning over here. So I'm going to skip to my last topic. What's the next revolution? This is Industry 4.0 we talked about. Okay, digital physical confluence. There's a third player that is entering, and that's the biological aspects. The confluence of digital, biological, physical, when all these three come together, we all know implants and prostheses, they've been there for many, many years now, right? That's your physical material getting into biological systems. We also know of biosensors, how we are picking biological data on physical sensors and bring it to your smartphones or wherever. All the wearables, that's a biological, physical, digital confluence. Gene editing, biocomputers. I mean, these things are all emerging. So while we are talking Industry 4.0, which is primarily digital physical, there is the biological piece that's coming in. We can't ignore it. There are some classic, beautiful examples. 3D printing of organs. That's how you go from digital world into the biological world. Wake Forest Institute is able to print skin directly on the burn wounds. I saw it on Star Trek in 97, 98. Okay, yep, go, start working. It's coming. I'll see if these videos work, and I'll try to be quick. But there are things over here that are worth observing. So 3D bioprinting has come a long way. It's almost to a point where you can now print sensors on a bio surface that's even moving. How many of you have heard about mind control devices? I was actually surprised. I don't know how good they are, but some of these toys you can buy on Amazon now for 200, 300 bucks. It's actually picking up sensors, and here is the interesting piece. Here is something where they picked up a monkey and they planted the chip in there.
This is Paige. He's a 9-year-old macaque who had a neuralink placed in each side of his brain about 6 weeks ago. If you look carefully, you can see that the fur on his head hasn't quite fully grown back yet. He's learned to interact with the computer for a tasty banana smoothie delivered through a straw. We could.
So in the interest of time, I want to take you to.
Just as you might pay your.
How do I go directly to a particular time? I'm sorry, I could not have. This is on YouTube. I couldn't trim it, so I have to play this over here real quickly.
Bluetooth speaker. The links record for more than 2,000.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to skip it.
Lighted regions of Paige's motor cortex that coordinate hand and arm movements. Neurons in this region modulate their activity with the intended hand. For example, some might become more active when he moves his hand up, and others when he moves it to the right. By recording from many neurons and feeding their activity to a decoder algorithm, we are able to predict Paige's intended hand movements in real time. First, we calibrate the decoder by recording neural activity as Paige uses the joystick to move a cursor to targets presented on the screen. As he's We're wirelessly streaming in real time firebreaks from thousands of neurons to a computer. Using these data, we calibrate the decoder by mathematically modeling the relationship between patterns of neural activity and the different joystick movements they produce. After only a few minutes of calibration, we can use the output from the decoder to push the cursor instead of the joystick. Paige still moves the joystick out of habit, but as you can see, it's unplugged. He's controlling the cursor entirely with decoded neural activity. Our goal is to enable a person with paralysis to use a computer or phone with their brain activity alone. Because they wouldn't be able to move the joystick, they would calibrate the decoder by imagining the hand movements and targets. One of the things the neural links allow Paige to do is to play his favorite video game, Pong. To control his paddle on the right side of the screen, Paige simply thinks about moving his hand up or down. We've removed the joystick altogether. Now that he's up to speed, let's increase the difficulty and see how well Paige can play with the neural link.
So he is playing completely out of thought. Completely out of thought. We can get to that point. I don't know if you watched this video or not. I'm going to skip that. But this is a quadriplegic who drove Formula One car purely by thought. You put on a helmet, none of the limbs work. The car does not have a pedal. The car does not have a steering wheel, nothing. You think and you drive. I mean, we talk about Formula One car on a racetrack. That's the kind of a power that we are reaching with the integration of digital, physical, biological world. Again, I will not play this video, but I want you to look for it. This is a very interesting conversation. There's a robot, Sophia, who's sitting in a driverless car called Jack, and this robot is talking to the car and is actually giving reactions almost like humans, and is actually talking about how easy for the robot it is to understand a driverless car, and for humans, it's hard to understand how this is working. It's a very interesting conversation between two machines on a road, on a highway. Anyway, that's where the world is going, okay? Very soon, we'll be at a point, I don't know very soon means maybe 30, 40 years, 50 years, where robots are producing food, energy, housing, they're bringing supply chain, they're cooking food at home. Robots are even producing energy plants because robots feed on energy. You know, they don't need food, but they need to produce that. And then they can produce their own plants. You can theoretically get to complete 100% automation. Then humans will have to find a different purpose, okay? All sorts of robots will be there, including the ones that will bring you beer in the evening for eating happy hour, right? So you have nothing else to do but sit and drink beer, and then robots bring that. So that's where we're going. And if you don't believe this, let me tell you something. During the second industrial revolution, this is something that British Post Office said. Americans need the telephone. We don't. We have plenty of messenger boys. So what? It takes the whole day for somebody to carry a piece of paper from one end of the country to another end to deliver a message. So we make these statements. But when a revolution happens, they are completely proven wrong. In fact, one of the Arthur C. Clarke's laws is when an expert says something is possible, he's likely to be true. When an expert says something is impossible, is likely to be not true, because there really is nothing impossible. Same things we had with Industry 3.0 statements. 1943, IBM CEO says, I think there's a world market for maybe 5 computers. Each one of us are carrying 5 computers on us every day, all the time, right? World versus human, 1 individual, 5 computers. DEC, there is no need for any individual to have a computer in their home. The experts have been wrong, particularly because they know way too much about a subject. They know way too much that they're stuck in it and they can't think through what the next disruption would be. And now, today, when we are talking about the 4th revolution, we talk about AI. How many of you have watched the debate between Jack Ma and Elon Musk that happened 2 years ago? Fantastic. They make exactly opposite statements. One guy says AI will never replace humans. The other one says, well, we'll be looking at AI like a monkey looks at a clock. You know something is moving, but has no clue how that's happening. That's where we would be. So with that, I would close. Possibilities are endless. But remember, when you go back to your office, to your home, I want you to think about innovation in terms of the one that's responsible for people and for planet. Think of your business as an edge-to-edge business. Think of it, what you think it should go from brain, touch somebody's heart. With that, I would close, and I would say thank you for tolerating me.
Now, you know, I always like to listen to Rippy. With that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you.
This is made here at the Makerspace. Thank you for being.
That makes it very personal. So you're giving me something that you made. Yes. Can I give you something that I made?
That would be lovely.
Can I give you one of my books?
Oh my, thank you. Great. Now I get to read Rippy's book. I'll be sharing this in the library, but I'm very excited. Can I?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Inspiring the next H2H Innovation, Volume 5, Human Ideas to Serve Human Needs.
That's where we need to be.
Very exciting. Thank you. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
There's
I'll
steps
be around
on-
all day for more conversation.
Or not. Okay. So thank you guys for all that. Now we're going to move on to Christopher Allen. Is Christopher Allen still in the audience? Oh, good. Great over there. So Chris Allen, I learned about maybe about a year or so ago and tried to get in contact. Thrilled that it's finally happening now. Chris Allen Sr. is currently the CEO of iCleanse. And let's take a look at that path that brought him here today. In August of 2020, Chris Allen acquired iCleanse with a group of investors to address the current pandemic and the needs to disinfect phones, tablets, and other electronic devices. iCleanse has an extensive IP portfolio that will allow the company to grow their product line and license opportunities in the coming year. Before acquiring iCleanse LLC, Chris was the CEO and the founder of iDevices. iDevices has been the preeminent brand and technology enablement service company in the IoT space. In April of 2017, Hubble Incorporated acquired the smart home company. Christopher remained with the company as president of iDevices and a proud member of the Hubble family of companies until August 2020. In 2019, Christopher invented the iGrill, the first app-enabled product that had its debut in Apple stores in November 2010. Until 2020, he strategically planned the company's development and helped create the culture that's led the company to be named one of the best places to work in Connecticut 3 times. Prior to iDevices, Chris comes from an investment background, having worked for over 15 years at AG Edwards & Sons, now Wells Fargo, Prudential Financial, and Allstate. He serves on the board of many organizations, including CBIA, the American School for the Deaf, the Farmington Valley of Visiting Nurses, and many others. I introduce Chris Allen Sr. to you now.
Thank you for the introduction. That sounded like a lot. I think I probably could have shortened that a bunch. But happy to be here, happy to talk to you all. And it was very interesting listening about 4.0 because that's essentially what I was part of. I was really with the iGrill in 2009. We were the first consumer-based product that connected the physical world, the digital world, and human interaction. So it was very interesting to hear your comments about it. I'm here today to talk about the revolution within the workplace. And I'm not classically trained. I'm just going to put that out there. Many of you are much smarter than I am and have far greater experience. But I feel that we have some expertises. We all developed these over the years. And my expertise is in relationships, sales, and really developing a culture around your organization. So in iDevices, we took on an immense task of trying to open up a new market. And one of the things that I founded the company on the fact of is looking at and making sure I developed a workplace where my kids would want to come and work And when they came to me and said, Dad, I got a job offer for my devices, that I would be able to say, yes, go take that job. It's a great opportunity. They're giving you equity. They're giving you 401k, health insurance, whatever it was. Even when we were dirt poor, which was a long journey from the beginning, when I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment going through a divorce, we gave 401k opportunities. We gave health insurance. We gave tons of equity away in the organization because I believed in the team being successful, not just Chris Allen. Right? And that's a fundamental thing that has to change today. You're starting to see inklings of it. The younger generation feels it, but it's still not 100% there. And this goes across the entire company, right? So it doesn't start and end with one person. It's the entire team feeling this way. So I gave away a lot of my equity in my company. Yes, I sold some to raise capital, but I also made sure everybody had a piece of the organization. And what did that do for us as a company? It gave everybody a piece of the action. It gave them a feeling of ownership because they actually did own it, right? And then we took it to the next level. We said, how can we make a place where people come and spend virtually up until COVID more time awake than they do at home? A great place to come, right? Life is short. Life is extremely short. Shorter for some of us than others, and you never know when your day's up. I just lost a friend at 49 to cancer. She didn't know her day was up, right? But we want to be happy. And I think that's what you're seeing with the generation and even with folks coming out of COVID. There's a distinct change in people's attitudes on what they value. Dollars are great, but value of work-life balance combined with a feeling of appreciation, a workplace that's fun and enjoyable, isn't a stagnant, stale, toxic environment, is what people really want. And for any of you that have started a company, run a company, and you're not thinking about it this way, I would argue that you're probably going to drop off like the dinosaurs and go into the, extinction model. We thought about it long and hard, and I did some things that people, including my own CFO, said you're absolutely nuts for. But that's what it takes to be a visionary, to move things forward, and to change the way we did business. So just as examples, my CFO, when he really thought I was nuts, we were in Riverdale Farms up in Avon. It was formerly a dairy farm, if anybody would know it. It's a bunch of buildings, some of them old railroad stations, some of them stables. We had a silo, like a physical silo in one of our buildings. And when we moved in there, I said, hey, you know what? I'm going to build a restaurant. And my CFO said, your investors are going to shoot you. I said, I still want to do it. So I did it anyways, invested a little bit of money, not tons of money, but we built out a restaurant, a little diner, and we hired a chef, we hired a sous chef, and we put in snacks, sodas, beer, and then we gave everybody a menu. But being cognizant, we were a big green company, we wanted to do everything as green as possible. We didn't want to food waste. So what we did is everybody ordered the week before for what they were going to buy or enjoyed that following week. And we gave the food away virtually at cost, $3 for lunch, $4, give or take, for dinner, and then they could take it home to their family for $5. What did we do? By the time my CFO left, he moved back to Rhode Island. He said, this is the most genius thing you've ever done, regardless of what the products do, because we created an environment where people came, broke bread together, never left the office because we had fantastic food. I'm talking, we served steaks and risotto and lobster tails, really good food. We also had junk food because some people want that, coders in particular, like sugar highs and want to like stay at their peak level. So we had both ends of the spectrum. But these people came and enjoyed and created a family environment around that community in the diner. I ate with them. I did CEO lunches every other day, where I would sit with somebody and learn about them. And we weren't a huge organization, but we were 68 folks. So it took a while to get through, and I would do it continuously, right? Then I would get updates. How's your family doing? What are you liking about work? What's changing in work? And what did that do for the organization is it created an open door policy. We didn't have doors anyways, but an open door policy to come to me as the CEO. I was accessible. I was somebody that they could talk to. I wasn't that person. And truthfully, this is the way I dress, right? Okay. And I've met with, Apple tried to buy our company. I've been to Apple a bazillion times, but if you go to Apple, this is the way everybody dresses. But I've been to Hire, I've been to Kenmore, First Alert, all these massive organizations. And I walked in this way every single time. And it creates a level of accessibility to your employees And that's what they want to feel. They want to feel that they're part of a team, not an employee. And those are key things to change. When you're a business owner or when you're a leader, you don't run a bunch of employees. You run a team, right? You may lead that team, but they're still a team. And I made it very clear in every press release I did, every speech that I gave, that my team was the reason I was successful. Look, you're talking to a college dropout, right? I made it for 3 months and I was like, yeah, I'm out of here, right? Okay, so I'm nothing fantastic. And I had people that were exponentially smarter than I was. But what I did do is I recognized that I wasn't an expert in everything. And I brought those people in, created an environment where they could flourish, where they could go off and do what I hired them to do, unobstructed, right? Really, the green space was their space and they could go off. And I always questioned, the only question that I asked, because I'm not classically trained, was why? I'm like a 2-year-old, right? You know, daddy, why? Daddy, why? Daddy, why? Mommy, why? Right? And I would say that to everybody. They'd say, well, this is going to take 6 months to do. I'd be like, why? Well, we have to do this. Or why? Right? And if you continue to ask that question, you understand that people's minds have been melded to, this is the way we did it at XYZ organization, and this is why I have to do it this way here. And so I really tried to instill the fact with all these folks that we hired that you have to ask the question of yourself is, why do I say that it has to be 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years? And look to change the script. Flip the script on your own process, flip the script on your head, and really truly innovate. And that's when people became really excited about where they worked. We would offer up a job, usually on our website, and then we did use Indeed at points, but we would average about 400 to 500 applicants every single time. This is in the state of Connecticut. Okay, I had an office in Cupertino. I closed it. It was expensive. They were unloyal, and while they were very smart, we had better employees here. So I brought those jobs back here. And it was because of the environment we created. It wasn't just the lunches. It was everything from, we did pumpkin chunking around Thanksgiving, and we would shoot off pumpkins and see who could get the farthest. And they would get office time to go create these contraptions that would shoot at the farthest, right? And they came together, they collaborated, they did something fun outside of work. They got to know their employees, and they had a great time. We would do, can jam after hours. We had breweries come in and give beer tastings after hours. You could drink beer during the day. We didn't encourage like excessive drinking, but if you wanted a beer at lunch, sure. If you're, people, I think what we've learned, or what I've learned, having now been acquired by a corporate company, is people overthink and feel that they honestly look at the worst of everybody, right? You're going to give beer, you're going to have a bunch of drunks running around the office. Highly unlikely. Okay, nothing will get accomplished. Everybody get fired. People aren't idiots, right? Okay, now you'll have the abusers here and there, but by and large, it's not rocket science. They'll have a beer at lunch, or at the end of the day, we would have people that would stay till 8, 9 o'clock at the office, hanging out with a group of guys and ladies that were talking and chatting up work, right? And having beers and enjoying and still working long after the day ended. In addition, we did things like paid time, unlimited paid time off, right? You want to blow an HR person's mind, tell them that you're doing unlimited paid time off. They literally will sit there, what? Right? I mean, like, seriously. And I thought about it, and the reality of that is, and you can look at the statistics, people take less time off when you give them unlimited paid time off. Okay? It's a catchphrase. It's a way to offer up great employee incentive, because they don't feel at the end of the year, I'm going to lose these 2 weeks, right? Nobody wants to lose anything. This is just human nature. If I give you $20 and I said, if you don't spend it by the end of today, I'm taking it back, you're going to go blow the $20, right? I mean, that's just inherently how we operate, right? So we did things like that, and it was tremendous. I mean, we had rules, if you're taking 2 consecutive weeks off, you got to give us a certain amount of notice, or 3 weeks. But we honored it, and people appreciated that. So I would say, as we look at the next, whatever the next revolution is, and even in the current state, hiring today is extremely hard. And you can say, well, you had a tech company and that's unique in a tech business. I own a logistics business now, right? And I have iCleanse as well. I have a number of other ventures throughout the state. But I have a logistics business. We employ 65, 70 folks, right? And these are people that are making $18 to $24 an hour. But we do the same thing today. We offer up small incentives. It may be on a different scale and a different type of incentive, but it's incentive of a gift card for showing up on time, or it's saying thank you. I personally call the top 5 employees as identified by my operations managers. And you want to see somebody get scared. I'm not in this business day to day. So they know me from like conference calls and things. So I call them up and I go, hi, it's Chris Allen. They go, oh shit. Like literally, that's what some of them don't answer because they think they're in trouble. But my only conversation with is, listen, I just want to say thank you. Everybody's identified you as one of the top employees. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much for being part of the team and for being there every day and being present and working hard and not being that negative cancer within an organization. And the response that we get, honestly, is, I can't believe he did that for me, right? 5 minutes of my time makes that person's impression of my organization and my management team exponentially different than anywhere place they've ever worked in their life. So it truly comes down to some of those little things. And the biggest thing that I used to say, and some of my employees are still with me at iCleanse, so they've heard this a million times. I have 2 sayings that I love to say. First, you walk into any room and you think you're the smartest person there, I'm going to tell you you're the dumbest. Okay? That's a fact. I've coined that phrase. I've said it over and over again. Everybody, from the janitor to the CEO and everybody in between, if you're a smart person, you'll take a learning from each one of those people. And I'm proof positive of that. I could talk to you about silicon. I could talk about supply chain. I could talk to you about Chinese manufacturing. I could talk about production manufacturing, testing, Bluetooth, yada, yada, yada. I didn't go to school for it. I listened. Active listening and taking people seriously and being part and parcel of each conversation and valuing that insight that they offer or that education that they have and applying it to your everyday life is the most powerful learning that we can do as an executive, as a business owner, as a manager. And the second thing, I used to tell them, we used to do stand-ups every month, and I would say, hey, this is what's going on in the company. I would say, listen, if you're not happy working here, please leave. We'll help you, but please leave. We don't want curmudgeons. We don't want people who are miserable showing up each day. And nobody should want to show up to work in a bad mood every day. Everybody has a bad day. Don't get me wrong. I'm a pretty optimistic dude. I'm an entrepreneur, but like everybody has a bad day. But you don't have bad weeks, months, years, okay? If you're legitimately not happy getting up every morning and going to your job, I was more than happy to offer up recommendations of different opportunities to go into, different places to go look, and we'd support you and employ you up until the time that you left. But I don't want to keep those folks miserable because misery does spread within an organization, and it's very hard to get out once it becomes entrenched. Right? I think everybody knows an organization they've either worked at, heard about, where it's just a miserable place to be. So, a couple words to the wise. The other big thing that we did is I tell the truth. Right? If anybody's involved in a startup or runs a business, corporate America is notorious for it. I learned this through practical application. But they love to do this game called hide the poo. Right? Like, move it around, shuffle it, put it behind. They do it on earnings calls. They do it just in general. They hide the poo, right? In a startup, it's a lot harder. We're pretty much in your face. And I was as blunt and as honest with my employees as I'm being with you right now. We were in the crapper numerous times at iDevices, taking huge losses, returns on devices, things not going out on time, whatever it might be. Cash is running short, not sure we're going to make payroll. Right? In a month from now. And I took it very, very personally. At that point in time, I think we had 25 employees, but I paid their mortgages, their kids' college, put food on their table. I take that very, very personal. And if you're a manager and you don't take that personal, you suck as a person and as a manager. Right? I had an opportunity to buy a very large company, $15 billion transaction. I turned it down. I had the money lined up, ready to do the deal. I turned it down because I knew that I would have to lay off probably 6,000 to 7,000 people. And I know in my heart that would hurt me more than, regardless of the money I made, that would devastate me more as my morals and as in my life outside of work, that I cost 7,000, 8,000 people, whatever the number was, their jobs, their livelihood, and they were out struggling to go find a new job. I can't do it. I'm a creator. Some people are lethal like that. God bless them. I'm not that person. But when you're when you're a manager and you're in that position of power, recognize that you're in that position of power and be humble. Humility and being humble are the two most attractive traits in individuals. Coming in with bravado and that you're a know-it-all, or you're flying with the hard stick or the bat. I heard horror stories from folks that people had chairs thrown at them, or doors slammed in their faces, or somebody got in their face and screamed at them. I said, where in America does this happen in a current workplace? It's mind-boggling. And these are big organizations that you would, I could name names, but I'm not. But like, it blows your mind. Having a conversation with a person, whether you have an issue or not, in this day and age goes exponentially farther than having a screaming match or a yelling match or a throwing match of items at people. I can't believe you can even do that and not get sued. But, I guess it still happens. But I found that, as we built that culture up and as we transformed iDevices into the company that it was today, and for those of you that don't know, iDevices, we sold iGrill, which was my first invention, to Weber Stevens for $47 million. And when the CEO, Tom Coos, at the time came to our offices, he sat there and he goes, so tell me about your culture. And so I told him about unlimited paid time off. And he's the one who told me, you want to see an HR person's hair stand up like straight. He went back and he goes, we're going to do unlimited paid time off. I go, what? No, there's no way we can do this. Right? It is impossible. Guess what? They figured it out. They couldn't do it for all their manufacturing folks because they had schedules and things like that. But for their office folks, they gave unlimited paid time off. So a big company learned something from a little company. I sat with Apple 3 times to look at acquisition of our company. And it came down to not a good fit because I wasn't going to sacrifice my life here to move to the West Coast. I'm a 45-year-old Connecticut resident from West Hartford, still there type person. My roots are pretty deep. And I believe in this state, and I believe in the people that are here. And I created a wonderful team. And I wasn't going to take that team and uproot them all across the country and say, just leave everything behind. It's worth it because we're going to pay you money, right? Money is, everybody says, well, you have money, so money is nothing. Again, I started my company. I was in a 2-bedroom apartment, going through a divorce with 2 kids. Broke as a joke. Like, I am not even kidding. I probably had 180 grand in credit card debt because I was living on credit cards. Okay. So I've been from one end of the spectrum to the other and everything in between. But the constant always, and this is the fundamental thing that we need to change, I believe, in corporate America, is the focus wasn't on me. The focus needs to be on the team that you create and the people that work for you. If every company did that, imagine the different world we would have, right? And if every company focused on that, combined with one other golden rule my mom taught me. My mom was a nun. Go ahead and figure that one out, right? Everybody sat up straight for a second, like, say again? Yes, my mother was a nun from the age of 18 to 30. She left the convent, met my dad when she was 36, had me when she was 39. Unfortunately, I lost both my parents. I lost my dad when I was 5 to ALS, and I lost my mom when I was 26 to cancer. But she was the one who raised me. She gave me one fundamental rule. She used to write it on the refrigerator, and she had a little magnet. And it was, treat others how you want to be treated. It's the golden rule. If everybody woke up in this country and thought about that for 2 minutes before they started their day, that I'm just going to walk around today and treat other people the way I want to be treated, in work, in your transactions at Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or whatever it might be, think about the better place we would have. It's not a pipe dream. It's just being conscious in your everyday life and thinking about it. And if you're consciously aware of your interactions with your people in your workplace and how that is driving them to either stay with you, because retention, especially in today, is key, right? Hiring a new person costs you a fortune, especially when we have, 90,000 jobs in Hartford alone and supposedly 6% unemployment. You can't find anybody, right? So keeping the people you have, valuing those people, showing them on day in, day out basis that you're going to work as hard as them, beside them, treat them with respect, give them the best opportunities. We took people at iDevices from top tier companies across the country and brought them here. Guess what? They did it with less money. My average person would take about a $20,000 pay cut to come work with me. And it was because of a lot of what you were speaking about. They were smart, but they didn't know how to do app development, or they didn't know how to do embedded software development. They had some other software background. We would say, come work for us. We'll teach you. If you're as good as you say you are, you'll learn it. We'll get you there eventually, but we'll give you equity in the meantime. And so saying that it can't be done, or they have to pay these exorbitant salaries, money does attract some folks, but it doesn't attract them all. And I think the fundamental thing I learned through all of this is that when you look at a person and you put them inside a box, if I walked up to you like this, said, hi, I'm Chris Allen, you wouldn't know who I am from Adam, right? And so we tend to put these boxes on people, whether they're in a suit and tie or they're in jeans and a t-shirt and sneaks, right? But if you walk up to them and just look at them as a human and start to understand what drives that human being, you become a much better manager. Because I can tell you, some of my employees, even at my current companies, are driven by salary. Some of them are driven by vacation. Some of them are driven by, hey, I want to be able to have a work-life balance. I want that, remote, in office, whatever it is, especially with COVID and everything else going on. So creating that environment is key to being successful. And I believe this revolution, well into the future, human nature is what it is, right? We're all human beings. We all bleed the same color. We're all here to live and enjoy life. And if we balance that with work, you have a much better work-life balance, and you have a much happier employee base, and you have a much stronger company. I can tell you anecdotally, when I told people that we were going broke, told them right to their face, I said, I don't know if we're going to make it. We maybe got a month of cash left on the balance sheet. You know what happened? My CFO was adamant, you're an idiot. You're like, this is going to blow up in your face. People are going to run for the doors. We're going to be out of all of our top employees. The most touching moment was we probably had 7, 8 people immediately. We only had 25 people immediately come up to me after that meeting and say, I believe in this company. I can go without a salary for a month, 2 months, if it will mean that we're successful. How many people could say that in their organization today? It told me I had something unique. It told me I had a unique recipe for how I was treating them and how I was valuing them and how they appreciated that, for them to be able to give up their own income to make sure that our company, we didn't have to do it, thankfully, but the offer was there instantaneously. It wasn't even a second thought. So I'm not saying that's your goal in every company, but it speaks to the type of people that you have and the type of environment that you create. So I would just encourage you to think about that as we go forward. I don't know how much time we actually have, but I'm good. I can end. Yeah, 5 minutes. And the biggest thing that we need to do, I think, here in the state, and we're starting to see some of it with Stanley Black & Decker, iDevices, and Hubble did a great thing. We need to change the work environment as a whole, physically. Does anybody like showing up to a cubicle and looking at a foam wall all day? I mean, that's a bunch of crap. I sure as hell don't. I wouldn't do it. So when we built out our offices for iDevices, our new offices after Hubble acquired us, Hubble's board mandated that they not change our culture. That was their mandate. I sat in front of them. They said, don't let them change your culture. So if you went to our offices in Avon, it's an old warehouse, an old machine shop, 45,000 square feet. You can look, there might be some pictures online now, but we put shipping containers around as conference rooms. We had stadium indoor. We had all open seating. We had a little bread truck that was cut in half. I had it cut in half and mounted to the wall, and we served the food through it. We had fake trees brought in and skylights put in, so there's natural light. I mean, we fundamentally changed. There was nothing else in Hubble that looked remotely like what we were doing. And we had a pub out of a shipping container, and we had rooftops where you could go hang out and do your work. And it changed the mentality and the feel. And we need businesses, I think in general, especially legacy businesses, long-term businesses that have just been the cookie cutter model, need to fundamentally change that in order to attract and continue to attract great people to the state. Because we do have a great state. We have a great opportunity here. You can grow ginormous businesses here. Look, I took 0 to 107 million over 8 years. Okay. It was done right here in Connecticut. We called the Silicon Valley of the Farmington Valley a name on it. That's what we were saying. That was our coin term. So it is possible. I would just encourage you to think outside the box and don't listen to the people around you that are stodgy and stuck in their ways or say we have to do it this way because of HR. That's BS. There's no has to. There's how do we do, right? We conquered Mount Everest. All you have to do is find the path to success. There is a path there. There's a path to overcome every obstacle. Just look for it. Don't be tunnel vision. With that, I'll say goodbye. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to say thank you to Chris. I didn't realize how many kindred spirits were all up here, realizing that this is about humans in this world, and it's about time we realized it. I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was great. Loved it.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
With that, we're going to reconvene at 11:30. So you got 10 minutes to scoot around, I think, to talk to our exhibitors, take a quick tour downstairs, and we'll be back at 11:30. Thank you.
So my name is Mark, and I am in charge of operations here at Makerspace CT. We're going to give you a quick tour of our facility and show you our individual shops where you have an opportunity to come here as a member, improve your skill level, take a class in a new innovative type of shop that you haven't seen before. So come with me, I'm gonna take you over to our wood shop. Our wood shop is approximately 3,400 square feet. We have a mix of old school woodworking tools to carving stations, right up to very high-end techno CNC routers. This is a 4x8 foot CNC router with 8 different tool changing stations where people can take their programs from 2D to 3D CAD, put them in the machine, and run your part here to cut profiles, and even, we call it 2.5 dimension. This is the type of production machine that we want people to have experience on and get their feet wet to see if it's a technology that they can use to improve their skill sets. We give our members the opportunity to utilize all the tools that are out there, from hand tools to power tools to cordless power tools. We have all the drills and bits necessary right in this cabinet. In addition, we have commercial level drill presses and production machines. All this for membership. It's a great opportunity here. Next, we're gonna go on over to the machine shop. Let me take you over there. What's great about the Makerspace CT machine shop is we have metal turning lathes, we have both high-end and precision, and even some old school machines that you might see out in an older tool and die company. In addition to manual mills like you see here, behind me here is our Haas CNC mill. Having a Haas CNC mill in a Makerspace is a real special opportunity. Here at Makerspace, your membership fee and a little bit of training allows you to use our large TM1P Haas mill. Again, this is a great opportunity here at Makerspace ET to build and design and get your invention to market. So also here at Makerspace, we have a wonderful metal shop. Yes, we concentrate on skills development and workforce development, but sometimes playing with metal, welding, cutting can be fun. Let's go in the welding shop and I'll show you. If you pan around here to your right, you'll see an amazing array of TIG welders, MIG welders, stick, as well as spool guns. This is where people take classes and learn how to MIG and TIG right here at Makerspace CT. A new addition here at Makerspace CT is our new Shop Pro by Koike. A Shop Pro is a 4x4 hypertherm controlled 85 amp plasma cutter. It's a great example of how you take a CAD design, a two-dimensional vector drawing, and apply it to a plasma cutter. But it's not just about the tech and the CAD. We also have some old school blacksmithing going on here. We have a resident blacksmither who takes you on a journey from the old school art of blacksmithing to our forge, how to twist steel, hammer it, draw. It's a great opportunity for our members to touch on a little bit of the old school while experiencing a high-tech space.
So here at Makerspace CT, we have these great Prusa FDM 3D printers for our membership to use. Out here in the main shop area, we print with PLA and PETG. It's a very good beginning exposure to 3D printing. I like to tell people that if they learn how to use one of these Prusas, then they can leapfrog into a more complex 3D printer. We're starting out an exciting program called Digital Badging. This program involves digital credentials that you can post online and share to your LinkedIn profile. Each badge goes over a specific area of additive manufacturing. This digital credential, you should be able to go into an employer and show that you've learned all these separate skills, start a career in the exciting new world of additive manufacturing.
We also have a great textiles room. This is where people create patterns, make clothing, costumes, make alterations. Soon we're going to open up an upholstery center and you'll be able to use these commercial machines and take your designs in fabric to the next level. An additional opportunity here at Makerspace is our electronics area. This is where people can solder circuits, work on PC boards. We have an array of oscilloscopes and soldering stations. We have board preheaters. It's a great place where people can solder and work on their prototypes. Add those LED lights, Arduino boards, and Raspberry Pis to activate and make an idea come to life.
Our exhibitors will be here later on. We love it that you're talking to them, but we need to move along. Hi, everybody. We're going to get started again. If you could quiet down and come back to your chairs. Okay, well, thank you for coming back again. I know it's pretty exciting to talk and meet one another, but we're going to have a few minutes before lunch so we can give you a little bit of information about Makerspace CT.
Hey, Max, why don't you get that crowd down here? I know you're the man.
It's pretty noisy out there. Anyhow, we want to give you, thank you, Max. That was perfect.
Max is my new friend.
Thank you for using your indoor voice. We wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about Makerspace CT. We appreciate your all being here. I don't know if there are anybody that hasn't been to our space downstairs or been here before. I'm sure there are a few. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we want to tell you a little bit about it. It came to fruition. I know a couple of people asked me during the break, how did this happen? I read an article in 2014 about makerspaces, and I was enthralled with the idea, and I thought, wow, we've lost our common sense. We no longer repair things or fix things. We're sending everything overseas, and we're outsourcing a lot, and I think this is a great idea. So I set about to trying to raise some funding for it. I wound up raising around $3 million, which was enough to get the place built out, but not equipment and stuff like that. So it was a perpetual. We are a nonprofit. We are a private nonprofit. So always a struggle there to move the space forward, but all the forces have conspired, and we opened up April 13th of 2019. So I'm happy to say now that although we shrank a little during COVID, we're 3 times the size we were before. We're over 150 members. So it's pretty exciting about that. I really want to talk for just a minute about what we are. We are the intersection of traditional skills and what I call new collar technologies. Those that we've spoken of before, like the Internet of Things, additive manufacturing, 3D printing, circuit boards, all of those types of things. And we're pretty excited about it because we feel that it's absolutely critical. When I opened up this space, I wanted to be an additive manufacturing center of excellence. I thought 3D printing was not going anywhere. And the more we learned about it, the more we learned how to work with it and support it, the stronger we would be in this community. We are, as I mentioned before, a nonprofit, and you join Makerspace like a gym, whether it's for a month or whether it's for a year or whether you have an entrepreneurial project. We support artists here. We support entrepreneurs. We have a lot of people here that are very helpful in design and industrial design and engineering skill to support entrepreneurs. And we're here for people that want to upskill or are underemployed. So you can come to the makerspace, take classes, even if you're not a member, you can learn how to weld. Again, we're that intersection of traditional skills and new collar technologies. One of the things that we do here, and we consider ourselves pretty cutting edge in most ways, is we offer digital credentials to those members that take our classes. We also, not only with a move towards a more human approach, understand that portfolios, that the gig economy has been one that's been in the world of makers for a long time. And with that being more portable, having portfolios that people can share with potential employers or people that want to purchase equipment is a great value moving forward. So we encourage that as well. What I want to do is have Mark tell you a little bit more specifics about the makerspace, and he's going to share with us the type of shops that we have, the classes and skills and equipment, if you could shed a little light on that.
So after listening to Chris's speech, I don't know if a pub in a container is in our future, but it would fit well in this room. We have a lot to offer downstairs. We don't have the pub just yet, but at 4 o'clock, if you stick around, our shop will become the pub.
I don't want you to think I didn't think about that. There was just a little issue of, do you work in the shop before or after you?
I think it's a closeout thing when we shut the shop down at 10 o'clock on a Friday. It becomes pub night, Maker CT pub. I don't know. But anyhow, Chris, thank you for sharing that. It's giving us and our staff plenty of ideas. If you haven't been downstairs, please, that's where you're going to have to go for lunch. Quick maintenance item, we're going to move lunch downstairs, and it'll force you to go to our shop and take a quick tour. But what happens down there in the 28,000 square feet that we have is pretty remarkable. And every day we have some sort of new person coming in through the door, taking a tour, and probably signing up for a membership. The jaw-dropping experience when people walk in is infectious, and I see it daily here. It markets itself once you're here, but we need people like you to get the word out too. When you see what's under this floor, you're going to tell a friend, and they'll tell 2 friends, and we'll grow, and it gets better and better. We have 158 members as we speak. We have a metal shop, a machining center, a wood shop, 3D plastics lab, an advanced 3D printing lab. We have an electronics area, a jewelry making area, a textiles room, a 12-seat computer lab with about $4 million of software, both Siemens NX, Mastercam, as well as SolidWorks, full CAD packages of each. We have a breakout room that seats about 75 people. We call it the all-purpose room, or the tanks. Our track 2, if you look on your agenda, will be downstairs in one of the tanks. The think tank is a flexible area with some garage doors. We open and shut them depending on the size of the crowd. But as members, you get to use that space for meetings or AV. Just last night, someone shut all the lights off. They had a photo sweep in there. They were photographing this crazy piece of art they were working on. So it's a great space in addition to a shop, more than I've ever seen at any other maker spaces. But the classes we offer and the training and it's not quite certifications, but they're safety certifications to our standard to keep people safe here. We came up with, what's it called? Tuesday TIG. Instead of Taco Tuesday, it's TIG Tuesday. Sabrina, our master welder, teaches TIG welding for a few hours on Tuesday night. On Wednesday night, she returns and teaches MIG welding. And if classes are all booked for MIG and TIG, we'll extend that over to Saturdays. So she'll do MIG, TIG, and sometimes some stick welding on Saturdays. John Harris, who was up here earlier, he's downstairs in the shop. He's our advanced 3D printing technician and innovator. He's the guy that's responsible for all the new innovative techniques and exploratories in 3D printing. He runs a class on Mondays and sometimes Tuesdays where it's during the day, where you have a 3D digital model and you don't know what to do with it before you go to 3D printing. And he takes you through the steps of slicing that, kind of like an MRI, and how that gets processed into a prototype. So that's John. John does that on Mondays and Tuesdays. We have CNC machines in each of our shops. In our wood shop, we have a CNC router. Before you get to use that router, you have to take some classes in something called V-Carve. It's a piece of software that's taught by Pat Carroll, and he's a master at woodworking. He's incredible. He's always got the colored hair and shorts. You can't miss Pat, even on January when it's 0 degrees out. Here comes Pat in his shorts. However, he takes you through a 3-hour class where you're taking a 2D CAD design and you're transferring it over to wood on our router. Austin is our CNC machinist, and he takes you on a journey over 4 Wednesdays, 3 hours a night, taking aluminum and steel, turning those and machining those on manual milling machines that we have downstairs. But right away on the second class, he takes you over to our Haas CNC mill, and he teaches subtractive manufacturing that way. So you go from not knowing what a milling machine does to understanding how some of these machines built America and why we're here today in the manufacturing world, right up to CNC innovations and machining, all in 4 nights. Makerspaces just don't do that. And as a matter of fact, we have a member that came in from Boston recently from a makerspace up there, one of the largest on the East Coast. We're the second, by the way. He came down here because they don't have a good operating CNC machine, so they come down from Boston to use ours. We're proud of that, and we brag about that. And we are drawing people from Norwalk, New York, artists from New York, and this guy from Boston. So in every tour, just as this morning, I was with a few guys, and they said, well, who comes here? And I said, you do, and you do, and you do. We're open to 18 and over, our facility downstairs, but it's 18 to 80 every day. You never know who's coming through the door. It's always a wild ride. Everyone's got some new innovation. They're usually coming in as an engineer, but sometimes they're coming in as just a hobbyist that knows nothing about woodworking, but in just a few weeks, there they are in the wood shop. It's an incredible space. There's windows all around within our core area. So when you come in and you join as a member, you can see through into each shop, and you can see what people are working on, which is super cool. A lot of people, Deborah, they come in, they say, oh, I'm going to be a woodworker. I want to do woodworking. It's my thing, and that's fine. But then they see Daniel over there creating something in the metal shop, this crazy piece of art, which is going to be located out on Constitution Plaza come spring. Anyhow, they look through the windows, they see what he's working on, and they say, well, I think I'd like to try my hand at welding. And that's what happens. Next thing you know, I was like, I thought you took woodworking. Oh, no, I'm a welder now.
So those windows were really strategically placed, and then I had to lower them all so I could see in them to see what everyone was doing.
Yeah, so we're always seeing people pivot from discipline to discipline, and it's super cool to see that. We think we're doing something really special here. We also will cater to a piece of machinery. What's that mean? We're very efficient, okay? We're not just gonna just step out there and buy a complicated piece of equipment. If we can't build a class around it, innovate around it, or how is this gonna better our members, right? So I take the idea to Deborah. Deborah usually says, yeah, whatever. That sounds awesome. Bring it to Drew. Drew, our director of education, will say, okay, what's the takeaway? Will this machine benefit our members? Can we teach a class around it? We solve that. We work with accounting to see if the metrics will work. We buy the machinery, or we create the new class with maybe an existing piece of machinery. And then we go to Scott, right over here, our director of digital media. Scott will post the class online. If you look on our website, there's a little button at the top that says Learn. There's new classes coming up all the time. And next thing you know, we're so agile, just within a few days, we have a class running. People are signing up, and then we tweak it. We make it better each time, right? We get feedback. We have a survey. Each one of our classes, when you register, there's a survey at the end. And based on that feedback, we adjust and tweak our programming to make it fit. Super cool, super fast. We come from industry, my instructors and our shop techs. We're not academia. We don't teach to the test. We teach to what industry needs. I come from 30 years of industrial design background. I've designed toys and medical instruments and food packaging and deodorant bottles. Too many deodorant bottles. And I have worked with NDAs and patent attorneys and all that secrecy that comes with industrial design for years. And about 10 years ago, it started dawning on me that my clients, some of my inventor clients would come to our shop, which is over in Waterbury, and say, you know, Mark, if I had that piece of equipment in my garage, I probably could have made this myself. And I say, yeah, you probably could have. And we know, and Deborah knows, and most of our members know that if you are building your own prototype and you are machining these parts or casting them out of plastic or 3D printing them or vacuum forming or welding them or turning them on a lathe or soldering them, you with me? That's what we do there. If you can do that yourself, who knows your product better than you? And you take ownership of that. And that's how we create an entrepreneur that wasn't one 2 weeks before. And it's a pretty special place for that. So, you know, we're proud of what we do here. It's a ton of work. Shop manager David, who you'll see downstairs, manages about 13 or 14 shop techs that keep this place running. We're really proud of David. He also comes from industry and industrial design. And him and I have these conversations often about those years of working in secrecy. And what's great about the community here is we're breaking down those silos. The world is more open source. There's sharing of ideas here. And I see our members every day stepping up to help another member. I don't care if it's carrying wood in or sitting down and working out schematics for the next steps to get your prototype made. Everyone seems to be working together. It's really working. Deborah's been super inspiring to the whole team, and it's her energy that keeps this machine rolling. And sometimes the hardest part of managing a team on my part, and Deborah keeps me in check, is backing away and letting something run itself and seeing what happens. Just add some oil, see what the gears do. And it's hard. I've run a small firm for years. I've had a lot of control over that. But here, the team is kicking it, and our staff is wonderful. And the sharing of ideas is great. So there'll always be patents, and there'll always be NDAs, but I'm seeing less and less of it in product design and development and what we're doing here. So kudos to us. Almost time for lunch. But that's what Makerspace CT is all about. These classes are great. The safety certifications that we teach people come with membership. And then we have some advanced classes if you're a member here as well for our CNC programs.
So I'm going to say we appreciate it. We are often referred to as kind of a unicorn. This place is a really magical place to work. I was thrilled this morning to see that most all the philosophies that Chris embodies, except for the bar, we pretty much have here. And I think it's high time that we all understand that it is human to human and that we are all people here. Encourage you guys to take a look around downstairs. Join us if you can, and certainly head downstairs for lunch. We're going to reconvene probably a few minutes before 1 back up here. So thank you all very much.
Thanks, everyone.
So my name is Mark, and I am in charge of operations here at Makerspace CT. We're going to give you a quick tour of our facility and show you our individual shops where you have an opportunity to come here as a member, improve your skill level, take a class in a new innovative type of shop that you haven't seen before. So come with me, I'm going to take you over to our wood shop. Our wood shop is approximately 3,400 square feet. We have a mix of old school woodworking tools to carving stations, right up to very high-end techno CNC routers. This is a 4x8 foot CNC router with 8 different tool changing stations where people can take their programs from 2D to 3D CAD, put them in the machine, and run your part here to cut profiles, and even, we call it 2.5 dimension. This is the type of production machine that we want people to have experience on and get their feet wet to see if it's a technology that they can use to improve their skill sets. We give our members the opportunity to utilize all the tools that are out there, from hand tools to power tools to cordless power tools. We have all the drills and bits necessary right in this cabinet. In addition, we have commercial level drill presses and production machines. All this for membership. It's a great opportunity here. Next, we're going to go on over to the machine shop. Let me take you over there. What's great about the Makerspace CT machine shop is we have metal turning lathes. We have both high-end and precision, and even some old school machines that you might see out in an older tool and die company. In addition to manual mills like you see here, behind me here is our Haas CNC mill. Having a Haas CNC mill in a Makerspace is a real special opportunity. Here at Makerspace, your membership fee and a little bit of training allows you to use our large TM1P Haas mill. Again, this is a great opportunity here at Makerspace ET to build and design and get your invention to market. So also here at Makerspace, we have a wonderful metal shop. Yes, we concentrate on skills development and workforce development, but sometimes playing with metal, welding, cutting can be fun. Let's go in the welding shop and I'll show you. If you pan around here to your right, you'll see an amazing array of TIG welders, MIG welders, stick, as well as spool guns. This is where people take classes and learn how to MIG and TIG right here at Makerspace CT. A new addition here at Makerspace CT is our new Shop Pro by Koike. A Shop Pro is a 4x4 hypertherm controlled 85 amp plasma cutter. It's a great example of how you take a CAD design, a 2-dimensional vector drawing, and apply it to a plasma cutter. But it's not just about the tech and the CAD. We also have some old school blacksmithing going on here. We have a resident blacksmither who takes you on a journey from the old school art of blacksmithing to our forge, how to twist steel, hammer it, draw. It's a great opportunity for our members to touch on a little bit of the old school while experiencing a high-tech space.
So here at Makerspace CT, we have these great Prusa FDM 3D printers for our membership to use. Out here in the main shop area, we print with PLA and PETG. It's a very good beginning exposure to 3D printing. I like to tell people that if they learn how to use one of these Prusas, then they can leapfrog into a more complex 3D printer. We're starting out an exciting program called Digital Badging. This program involves digital credentials that you can post online and share to your LinkedIn profile. Each badge goes over a specific area of additive manufacturing. This digital credential, you should be able to go into an employer and show that you've learned all these separate skills, start a career in the exciting new world of additive manufacturing.
We also have a great textiles room. This is where people create patterns, make clothing, costumes, make alterations. Soon we're going to open up an upholstery center, and you'll be able to use these commercial machines and take your designs in fabric to the next level. An additional opportunity here at Makerspace is our electronics area. This is where people can solder circuits, work on PC boards. We have an array of oscilloscopes and soldering stations. We have board preheaters. It's a great place where people can solder and work on their prototypes. Add those LED lights, Arduino boards, and Raspberry Pis to activate and make an idea come to life.
Hey all, welcome to Makerspace CT. I'm Sabrina, I'm your welding instructor here. Every week we run classes. Stay watching this video to watch a few demos of what you can do here. So for an introduction mid-class, you'll see we go over the procedure to manipulate the puddle and how you can get different looks with a different whip. Here we have some examples of what students can do at the end of the class after they've learned the concept of MIG welding. A little take-home project, whether it be an octopus or a hot plate made out of nuts. So over here we have an example of another take-home project, rebar from our forge area made into, a barbecue grill holder or for a metal shop, wrenches, adjustables, things like that. I hope you like what you saw, and I hope you take the time to come on down to Makerspace CT and get your hands on some of our equipment.
We ran five-week cohorts on the CAD readiness program, computer-aided design skills, in the program called NX by Siemens. Some of those students took their skills to the next level. They came in as interns, a paid internship. They learned how to reverse engineer a lot of the equipment in the space. And so now it's being turned into a full walkthrough of the space.
Hi, I'm Berhelia, and I'm an intern assistant at Makerspace CT. The program took place here at Makerspace in the classroom, and now my current project is working on making a model of that classroom. I started by making a model of the actual classroom with all the walls and the floors, and then I later went into the details by making the computers, towers, keyboards, and all the details you see here. So I make sketches from different views of the objects and take measurements of them, use those measurements and the drafts to create 3D models in NX. This fall, I'll be going to college as a civil engineering major, and being a part of this program and having this experience has reaffirmed the fact that this is something I like to do as a career or even just as a hobby.
Hello, my name is Brady Martinez. I'm working on assembling all these pieces in the Digital Fab. I went into the shop and I measured from top to bottom and from how the distance from each other. I had to redo the little designs on the chairs because they were really difficult. You had to have specific measurements on each different cuts of the chairs, and they had different shapes and sizes of different pieces. I learned a lot because you can learn from mistakes. I tried different times to do the chair. It's not perfect, but at least I tried from the mistakes I did before. In the future, I want to become an engineer, and this is something I want to do and pursue in the future. And I think this helped me a lot.
Hi, my name is Alonzo Williams, and I was a part of the CAD readiness program here at Makerspace CT. What I did was I was tasked with going out, modeling some 3D models of actual things that are inside some of the shops that are here. So 2 of the bigger machines that I worked on were the Haas milling machine and the finger brake, which was one of the most recent pieces that I worked on. With modeling in NX, I have sketches of what I've sketched for each machine and what other people have sketched for the machine to just get a total, make a sketch, extrude, make cuts, try to get the details down right. With all the things that I've learned here, definitely being able to use CAD again and learning more things about CAD, definitely some things I didn't know before. It was all very helpful, and although not all people are going to find CAD interesting, I did, and it was nice to be able to come here and explore it more. Although I am going to school for computer science in the fall, I do think CAD and knowing how to do this is a skill I will hold dear for a while.
What is up, you guys? So my name is Rodrigo, and I'm from the CAD readiness program. I've taken all the measurements that I took of the machine, and I put them in here, which you can see. This is a tubing notcher that I did. I took in all the shapes, so like I took in countability, the shapes, the little shapes, and I put them on here and named them. Put everything, the thickness of it, how long, the width, the height. It is really interesting for me. I really like it. I really enjoy doing it, but I'm also still debating if I should take this as a career, which it opens up another door to a new experience. Maybe it's something that I'm gonna do in the future, maybe it's not. But Makerspace really gave me a good opportunity by letting me come here and do 3D models of their machines.
Makerspace CT would like to thank Launch H for the initial funding of the CAD Readiness Program and Ready CT for the continued collaboration, and here's hoping to many, many more.
Hey, welcome to Makerspace CT. My name is Aaron. I'm the shop manager here. Just wanted to take a quick second today to show you one of the new tools in our shop, a router table that we just finished putting together and is now available for our members. additions to our lineup of tools here in the shop is our nice router table here. Now this is built on top of a Craftsman workbench with built-in drawer systems, a custom top that we laminated together ourselves with built-in T-tracks, and built into it is our Incra Master Lift with our 2¼ horsepower DeWalt router. Behind that is our PowerTech fence system with built-in dust collection, and built into that is also our safety guards and the ability to add in things like featherboards, stops for your workpiece. And one of the great things about it is the nice 6-foot long work surface here. It means you can take large pieces of wood, get them slid across the table nice and easily without having to worry about tipping off one end of the table or the other. We also have about 12 inches from the front face to the router bit itself, which means you don't have to worry about that becoming unbalanced as you're trying to put it through the table. So for our tooling for this router table, all of our wrenches, the actual lift mechanism is all kept in the top drawer here. In addition, we have different sized throat plates. You always want to make sure that your throat plate is as tight to the bit as possible without contact to keep dust and debris from falling down into the router itself. In our second drawer down here, we have our stock router bits that are available to all members. This is where you're going to find everything from our cove bits to our roundover bits to our custom bits. So these are a couple of examples of the different types of bits that you can use with the router. We have everything from chamfer bits to patterning bits. We also have roundover bits, cove bits. This is a Roman OG bit, which is just a fancy detail for the edge of a piece of wood. And we also have dovetail bits for making sliding pieces that can slide together or lock together. As with any tool in the woodshop here, safety is the first priority. Remove anything loose that may become entangled in a tool. Make sure you have your safety glasses that are impact resistant, and make sure you have your earplugs. The sounds and the noises from these tools can destroy your hearing fairly quickly. Now excuse me while I go get the dust collector turned on, and we'll do a quick demonstration of the router table. That's a quick overview of our brand new router table. It is ready to go for all members who are already certified for the woodshop. If you're just joining us for the first time or you're interested in finding out more information, please check out the website at makerspacect.com. And as always, keep tuned for more additions and more improvements as we work our way through all the various facilities here.
lathe. And you can make a lot of things on lathes. And if you start thinking about it, chair spindles, shaker furniture, bowling pins if you're so inclined, rolling pins. First project I did when I came in here was I turned myself a wood mallet for carving. Basically the way that goes is you're going to start with a square piece of wood, bring it down, start forming things, and end up with a mallet. Today I want to make a different kind of mallet. When I was here at Makerspace, I had a Brazilian percussionist who I follow, and he had this oversized kalimba. Kalimba is usually metal steel tongues that you play with your thumbs. But his was made by one of the suppliers, and it was huge. And that, I thought about that all night. I came in the next day, and I built this version of it. And it's a percussion instrument. You play it all sorts of different ways. So I'm thinking maybe I need a mallet for this. So I experimented. I turned a mallet here. It's a little harsh. So I'm going to try wrapping the mallet with leather. I'd also like to have a second version of that. So I'm going to today turn another version of this using our Jet 12-inch by 21-inch lathe. It's a nice little machine, especially to learn on. And here at Makerspace, we run classes on how to use this lathe with the idea that people in a couple hours will get comfortable preparing their material and turning it on the lathe. And so when I say preparing it, I've already got this block cut to size. This is about 2 by 2 by probably 12 inches long. And the way to prepare that is you've got to find the center of the pieces. That's really important to get the center right on to the rest of the project. So I'm going to quickly find the center here on both ends. We have a live center on this machine that does the turning, and then the other center helps support the material. So now I find the center, so the center points on the machine have a home. This center finds the center I placed. Drive that in nice, so that hopefully that's going to hold. So what I've done here is I found the center, my center point, and I brought the tailstock in. I'm going to lock the tailstock down, and then I'm going to drive that in a little bit by turning this. That moves it, kind of tightens everything up. I'm going to lock this down.
about the past year, and today I'm going to walk through a demo of making these cutting boards with handwritten family recipes engraved on them. The process is first I take a picture of the family cutting board, which you can see on my map. And so today I'm going to laser engrave my grandmother's corn souffle recipe that I took a picture of last Christmas. So the first thing that I do then is I trace all of the handwriting in Photoshop. And so once I've done that, and I take away that background layer, I'm left with just the handwriting. I save this file as a PNG, and then I go into Inkscape, and I convert the file to a DXF file, which is compatible with the laser engraving software. So once I've converted it to a DXF file, I can save the file and bring it to the shop on a USB. So then I switch over to the shop computer, where I can import that file, bring it into the workspace here, size it accordingly, set my engrave so that we're going to engrave everything that's in the black lines, set the speed, set the power, and then I can download the laser file to the laser. And now I'm ready to rock and roll over on the laser.
Hey everyone, welcome to Makerspace CT and the welding room. Well, it's not just welding anymore. Now we're plasma cutting, and not just hand plasma cutting. We're using the new Koike Shop Pro 4x4
CNC plasma table. I'd like to introduce you to George and Keith. George is from All Gas here in Hartford. They're a distributor of welding supplies, jackets, safety gear, MIG welding wire, TIG supplies, whatever you need, and they're just up the street from Makerspace CT on Main Street. And Keith is from Koike Aronson. Koike Aronson is the manufacturer of these machines. They come in all sizes. This is one of their smaller units, but it's a heavy-duty unit. We're thrilled to have it here, and I thank these two gentlemen for making this happen, facilitating us with a great machine here in our welding room. So, George, if you'd like to say a few things about All Gas, be my guest.
Sure. My name is George Clemens from Terrell All Gas. We're a family-owned business since 1941 for compressed gases, welding supplies, whether it be electrodes, wire, TIG wire, welding machines such as Miller, Hobart, Forney. So not only are we involved in the compressed gas arena of the business, supplying you with the oxygen, acetylene, argon, 2575 for your MIG welding, and so forth. But we feel there's a need to serve the clients with all of the consumables so they can work on their home projects, or, for companies, structural steel companies, fabricating companies, to do, what they need to do for all their welding supplies, and whether it be the consumables for their machines or wire or electrodes, in addition to safety equipment, PPE. It's a big part of the industry. We want to make sure everyone's safe and can do their job. And here with Keith, we got a nice little project here we're going to run out on the Koike here. Keith will explain a little bit about Koike.
Yeah, I'm the local representative from Koike. Koike's very happy to be a partner with Makerspace Connecticut. This is a great initiative here. We're going to have the ability to show off our table. There's going to be ability for anyone here to use it, to learn, and to do simple things like we're doing right here. In a matter of about 15 minutes, we just simply downloaded. This happens to be Ducati, which George and I are big motorcycle buffs, so we simply turned it into a CAD drawing. Then we had the cam set up that took literally seconds, and now we're in the CNC processing. So all we have to do is hit play, and hopefully this thing will work. Okay, with the Flash Cut CNC software, you can see we can easily program the thickness, the type of material. It's all preset. In this case, we have it set up with a PowerMax 85, one of the best power supplies you can possibly get for plasma. And most of the guesswork is done. You do have the option to manually change depending on your quality that you want, but then again, there are also settings to allow for quality. This Shop Pro has been in existence about 3 years so far. It's one of our best sellers. It's good for the light to medium-sized shop. Makerspace has a great setup with exhaust, and I know that they're talking about putting a plenum on, which is an option. So far, it looks good. There is an option that you can put an oxyacetylene head, and you can also put a scribe head on, all with a manual tool change. Almost done now. Now the final outside cut. The piece will be released soon. There we go.
All right, so these guys cut out a Ducati logo and there's a perimeter cut. So using this magnet should pull the piece right out of there. Here we go. It's a little warm, so we're not going to touch it just yet. But some of these little pieces you just simply knock out with a hammer, and there's your cut. It's beautiful. So thanks again, Koiki Aronson. We're thrilled to have this here, and we want members to come in, take a class on flash cut, take a demo here on how to use the machine. Those are going to be around 3-hour classes. Thanks a lot. We'll see you here. This is our textiles area where we have amazing commercial sewing machines, both Juki and walking foot Seikos, as well as a serger. During COVID, a lot of our members came in and volunteered their time to sew up masks. And the agreement we have now for our members is if you want to come in and make a mask, you make 2 for Makerspace CT, and you can take 1 home. And we sell these masks on our Etsy site. One of the interesting things we found out was we can cut fabrics on our laser cutter. And this was a great way to speed things up here when we were manufacturing these. So this is the inner cotton material that gets located inside the mask that was laser cut. And this is a mask with that piece inserted and fabric before it's sewn up. And here's a final one with the stretchy material to keep it around your ears. So Rebecca is our in-house safety certification member for sewing. And she's going to show you how she made a Makerspace CT apron right in this fabric room. Take it away, Rebecca.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Reinbold, and I am one of the sewing teachers here at Makerspace CT. Today I'm going to give a demonstration on how to make an apron. I brought in my embroidery machine so that I can embroider the Makerspace logo, if you will, on the pocket of our apron, and I'm going to start with that. I have my machine all set up, and we are ready to go. right, these are ready to sew. I'm gonna go over to my sewing machine. So here we have our apron ready to work in any workshop here at Makerspace CT. I've got my pocket to hold my tools for whatever project I'm going to be working on today, and I'm all set to go.
my name is Ben Parker. I was part of the additive manufacturing class at Makerspace CT, and I'll show you a little bit about what I did. When I'm not in the class, I'm a paper artist, so being able to cut paper to just the right size is very important. This is one of my most useful tools. It's called an envelope opener. And there's a little blade inside there. I don't know if you can see that, but I wanted to reproduce this because it's basically they don't make them anymore. So if I had a file that I could just print and say give to students or something like that, this is effectively that. That's what it would kind of look like. Cut out some blades to fit inside and be able to produce paper or cut paper.
You know how to line stuff.
Sometimes you have to sort of prep it like that. Get a little split in there, which allows a nice clean cut.
Lay down. It wasn't my bite. So this here. Still have to massage him a little bit. Make a few changes. This to this.
There's something custom, and it's an obsolete car. Yeah, these you cannot find anywhere. So it's only 1 in 400 motorcycles. So finding parts for it is very difficult. And another feature I still need to work on. The most important part, this here, you'll notice it has a ridge with this outer perimeter here. And the way this is designed, it has the ridge on the inside and then the outer perimeter. So those ridges have to match up perfectly here so you get a nice tight closure. My reverse engineered piece has to be exact, and I am a 0.5 millimeter off on this dimension here, so it's not quite lining up here, and it's not quite lining up here.
Check your email.
So those are all adjustments I'm going to make tonight.
So I made it in the 3-dimensional mode so I can print it. And then I can substitute this picture and scale it down so I can actually give a 2-dimensional aspect to it and cut it out with a laser in order to stick a nylon design onto a t-shirt. A solid piece of nylon has a sticky back. You'd be able to outline the whole entire shape with a laser and cut the nylon shape out, and then be able to just lay that over a t-shirt and have that stick. Some few dimensions here. Zoom in here, change this. That's one of the
Congratulations, guys. I hope you enjoyed the class.
one of the tiles that I made.
Yeah,
4 badges are then being blended together, and then the next tile I have is the TP. And the TP is the culmination of all the badges. And this underside is the correct orientation. Kind of fat though. It's not round enough. Put this here. Well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So make sure you get this like that. And this. Very good like that. Like a
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again. Thank you for coming by. So lunch was provided by Rockin' Chicken. It was a great lunch. They're a Peruvian restaurant on Park Street, and we had to cut back what they were serving for lunch. So they have really great food. Thank you for coming. We are excited for our next two guests. Okay, if everybody could quiet down, I don't have to ask Mark or Max to get up there and do that. All righty, thank you again. So I'm going to ask both Christy Pentima, president of CBIA, and Kelly Marie Valieres, the executive director of the Governor's Workforce Development Unit, to come up. And we're lucky to hear them today to speak to us about what's going on in Connecticut and how we're moving forward. Kelly Marie is the executive director of the Workforce Development Unit and vice chair of the Governor's Workforce Council for the state of Connecticut. Her office is charged with coordinating workforce development policy, including training, education, and worker placement. A leader in the manufacturing industry, she previously served as the CEO of Sound Manufacturing and Monster Power Equipment in Old Saybrook. And Chris will be joining her. Christy Pentima is the president and CEO of CBIA, Connecticut's leading business organization with thousands of member companies, small and large, representing a diverse range of industries from every part of the state. The organization includes two critical affiliates, the business consulting firm of Constep and the nonprofit education policy and program group Ready CT. Chris previously was division president of Leggett? Thank you. Leggett and Platt Aerospace, a unit of S&P 500 company, Leggett and Platt, with locations in Washington, California, and France. He joined Pegasus, then family-owned, in 2002 as general counsel and was named president in 2006. Prior to joining Pegasus, Chris spent 8 years as an attorney representing corporations and individuals on a broad range of issues. A former chair of CBIA's board of directors, he chairs the Connecticut Manufacturers Collaborative and serves on the board of the Connecticut Manufacturing Innovation Fund, Middlesex Chamber of Commerce, and Middlesex Community College Advisory Board. He's past president of the Aerospace Components Manufacturers and served on the Connecticut Employment and Training Commission, the National Governor's Policy Academy for Best Practices in Manufacturing, and the Board of Connecticut Technical High School. Chris has a bachelor's degree from Boston College, received his Juris Doctorate from Quinnipiac Law School, admitted to the bar in Connecticut, New York, and the District of Columbia, and he's from Durham, where he lives with his wife and 3 daughters. Thank you, Chris. Come on up.
Deborah was kind enough to do the long form bio, so we got 1 minute left. Any questions? Okay, go. So there's 2 no-nos in public speaking. 1 is don't be the speaker after lunch, and 2 is don't follow Chris Allen. I have to do both of them, so we're going to see how we go here. So we're going to set this up. I'm going to give you kind of the jobs picture as it stands right now in manufacturing. So I'm going to give you the doom and gloom. I'm going to be the guy on the black horse, and Kelly's going to be charging in after me and tell you what we're doing to solve the workforce crisis, and she's going to be the maiden on the white horse, and I'll be the horns of the devil. So it's not a great picture right now. It's not a rosy picture, but we're going to talk about what is being done to solve the workforce issue in Connecticut. So for those of you who don't know, the manufacturing impact in Connecticut is tremendous. Second largest industry in our state, about 11% of our gross domestic product. Some stats on this slide, currently 153,000 people employed in manufacturing in Connecticut, and we'll spend a lot of time talking about the employment numbers and the trends in the workforce that are happening. Just under 4,000 manufacturers. The vast majority of them employ less than 100 employees, so small, mid-sized businesses. But of course, Connecticut's known for all of our Fortune 500 manufacturers as well, and Raytheon around the corner, Sikorsky down in the shoreline, Electric Boat down the southeast corner. Tremendous wages in manufacturing. I'm sure you've heard a lot about that before, and you'll hear a lot more about it today. Manufacturing pays well north of the average salary of other industries in Connecticut. And the Connecticut manufacturing wages are well north of the national average for manufacturing as well. And a tremendous economic impact. The biggest one for me on this slide is the 3.4 additional jobs that every one manufacturing job creates. Why is that? Because manufacturing employees tend to spend locally. They tend to live locally, they spend in their communities, and as a result, they're able to generate knockoff jobs in grocery stores, restaurants, and other service providers. In addition, our manufacturers in Connecticut, because we have such a robust supply chain, have a tendency to procure a lot of services and goods from other manufacturers in the state of Connecticut, which creates the additional jobs. So let's talk about the jobs picture. Not so great right now. This is how the various industries in Connecticut stand with their job recovery post-COVID. So the pandemic obviously had a tremendous impact on jobs in Connecticut. Basically we nearly shut down the global economy for about 3 months. Fortunately in Connecticut, manufacturing and other industries were allowed to stay open and keep operating. But as of right now, the Connecticut manufacturing sector has recovered 38% of the jobs lost as a result of COVID. Most of those jobs lost, not because of lack of demand, which is the interesting part, but because of retirements. The Connecticut manufacturing workforce was fairly elderly going into the pandemic. A lot of folks were over 55, 60 years old. And so we saw a lot of retirements during the pandemic, as we did in every other industry, but manufacturing hit a little harder. And as a result, we haven't been able to backfill those retirements, which were primarily skilled workforce folks. And as a result, we haven't recovered in the manufacturing sector as well as some other industries have. So this is what the manufacturing sector looks like over the past 10 so years. We were humming along steady at about 162,000 jobs. At the same time, it was interesting during that 10-year period and steady, the economic growth in manufacturing in Connecticut was actually up. We were growing, our output was growing, productivity was growing, but our job level was mostly the same. And that's because of a lot of stuff you see here at Makerspace, the innovation, the technology, the lean practices, the efficiencies that manufacturers put into their businesses. They were able to produce more with the same amount of people. And again, it wasn't because they weren't hiring. Going into the pandemic, we had about 6,000 job openings in manufacturing. Today, while we're down to 153,000 jobs, again, it's not because manufacturers aren't hiring. Right now, DOL tells us we have about 5,400 job openings in manufacturing. Kelly and I were just talking about it. When we go around and visit manufacturers, which we've been fortunate to do along with Colin Cooper, our chief manufacturing officer, straw poll those manufacturers, most of them have at least 10% job openings in their employment. So it's more about like 10 to 15,000 job openings right now in Connecticut manufacturing. I see a few folks nodding their head. Yep, I got 10% job openings right now in my business. So if you add 10,000 jobs to the 153,000 number, we get back to where we were, and quite honestly could be higher than we were pre-pandemic. So the demand is there. Now it's about how do we fill those demands and why aren't we filling those demands? So at CBIA, we survey the manufacturing community annually. The survey goes out to about 3,000 manufacturers, most of them on our membership, some of them not in our membership. And this is what they're telling us. So are you having a hard time finding employers? Yes. What's interesting here is the growth and the increase in the struggle to find hiring employees, going up from 71% to 88%. What's also interesting is we also survey the non-manufacturing community in our annual business survey. And the non-manufacturing community, about 70% are saying they're having a hard time finding and hiring folks. So manufacturing is actually struggling even more than the other industry sectors in Connecticut. So what's the main reason why you can't find employees? Everyone wants to know. Of those they have brought in, a lack of required skills and expertise. Again, that's matching the individual with the technologies like we have here at Makerspace, our community colleges, our both tech schools, our comprehensive high schools that have great pathway programs. Work ethic is something we hear in a lot of industry sectors, that ability to come to work on time, be diligent, be a problem solver, and 18% competition from other manufacturers. We've got a bit of a musical chair thing going on where folks are trading talent, if you will, because we're not growing the talent pipeline in Connecticut. So what's the main factor hampering manufacturers from growing? Finding skilled workers. This is a question we ask every year. We have not seen this high a response rate in our 20 years of doing this survey. 41% of the manufacturers saying, I can't grow because I can't find workers. Usually it's affordability, taxes, P&Z issues. This is by far the biggest number we've seen relative to workforce. What's the biggest investment your company's making? Employee retention. I cannot lose those I already have because I already can't find 10% more to grow on top of them. This is the first time employee retention has been at the top of this survey response. Again, usually it's investing in facilities, investing in technology, finding access to capital. Those have usually historically been the top issues hampering growth for manufacturers in Connecticut. Now it's workforce. So what are we doing to solve it? There's the doom and gloom picture. We've got to fill this pipeline. What is Connecticut doing to solve it? What are we, CBIA, doing, working with Kelly in her office, Colin in his office, the administration, the legislators doing to solve it? So, why are folks not entering the manufacturing workforce? Why are they not entering the normal workforce, or the other industry sectors as well? Well, obviously, health and safety concerns. We had some expanded federal benefits, which went away in September. That had a slight improvement when that went away. Our unemployment improved by about a 0.5 percentage point. Childcare is a big one, especially if we're trying to get women into the manufacturing workforce. We don't have enough open slots in childcare. The labor shortage has hit the childcare industry just like it's hit every other industry. So we don't have enough people working in childcare, and that's causing a knock-on effect, especially if we're trying to get some of our younger female folks into the manufacturing workforce, which really is the opportunity for tomorrow's pipeline. And then attitudes. Attitudes have changed about working in general. Some folks want to work from home. That's not great if you're in manufacturing and need to be on floor because you got to be there. Some folks have decided to make career changes. I've talked to a few individuals, some young folks who were in the manufacturing sector who left, who wanted to go into the medical profession because they saw what happened during COVID and they felt they wanted to be on the front line. They wanted to be a nurse or they wanted to be a paraprofessional in the medical sector. So, and then there's a bunch of folks that are kind of playing a wait and see game right now. The unemployment benefits allow them to maybe stash away a little money, and they want to see how this whole thing is going to shake out. Our business is going to go back to being in person, being in their facilities, or is there going to be a permanent work from home opportunity, and things like that. So what are we doing to solve it? Kelly's going to talk more about this. She's really the expert in the position that the state's created, which is really tremendous investment by the state to create her position and the Office of Workforce Strategy. But just some programs that are out there, if you don't know, we've expanded the pipeline in Connecticut over the last 5 years by expanding our VOTEC schools, our community colleges that have manufacturing programs. Our affiliate Ready CT has manufacturing pathway programs, and our traditional comprehensive high schools. We've got Makerspace here and other places where people can get trained. Now it's getting the individuals through that expanded capacity. We've got to get people engaged about working in manufacturing. And one of the things that will be launched next year through the Manufacturing Innovation Fund is a Hearts and Mind campaign to really educate the minds and win the hearts of students, parents, guidance counselors, teachers, superintendents about manufacturing. And Colin Cooper likes to say really two things about manufacturing. One, they're careers, they're not jobs. There's huge opportunities, not just financial opportunities in manufacturing. And two, the misperception that if you go into manufacturing, that's the end of your education. If I come out of high school and I go into manufacturing, I never get educated again. And that's not true at all. Many manufacturers will send folks back to a 2-year certificate program, a 4-year engineering degree, operations degree, production supply chain degree. So there's huge opportunity to continue your education career. This coming from someone who went to law school, became a manufacturer, and is still enjoying working with the manufacturing community. There's always opportunities to develop yourself, whether it's coming to Makerspace and learning something, taking a class somewhere, or getting a full-fledged degree after you've entered the manufacturing sector. The reentry program is a huge one. There's a prison population in Connecticut that has a huge opportunity to fill some of these workforce needs, just like there's a huge opportunity with about the 30% of the high school students that graduate every year that don't go to the military or to a 2- or 4-year college, to tap into those 10,000 students and have them enter the manufacturing sector. Allowing our small firms more investment opportunities so they can continue to grow their demand. And I'll just end with the manufacturing innovation programs. The apprenticeship program was refunded. That's huge. We need to continue to get apprentices into our manufacturers to grow the pipeline. The incumbent worker training program, which is training those who are already in the manufacturing sector. Again, next year there will be 3 new programs coming out focused on growing the workforce pipeline. One is investing in career fairs around our state, not workforce fairs, but to educate. Again, educating people about opportunities in manufacturing, like the aerospace components had a couple days ago over at the convention center. Offering subsidies for students who intern with manufacturers who are in an engineering degree. So these are going to be Connecticut residents who are studying engineering, not necessarily studying it in Connecticut, but studying engineering and offering businesses subsidies to employ them as interns. Get that partnership, get that engagement while they're still students, so when they graduate, they stay here in Connecticut. We don't lose that talent. Connecticut is really lags the country as far as holding on to those who come here to get educated and keeping them in our state. And lastly, something that's really interesting, because we stand here in Makerspace, is, and you heard Chris Allen this morning, who's a real innovator, and his iDevices is connecting innovators, connecting Connecticut innovators and those who are in startups, which we've got a lot of them around Connecticut, with Connecticut manufacturers. You know, hopefully Chris pointed out the fact that he not only innovated that product, he designed that product, but he really recently removed the manufacturing from Chicago to Chester, Connecticut, and that product is now being made 100% in Connecticut. There's more opportunities like that to continue to keep innovators and manufacturers and partner them together, and that program will be coming out, again, probably around first quarter, second quarter, these new manufacturing innovation programs. So that's what I know about the solutions, but I'm going to turn it over to the expert, Dr. Kelly Marie Valeris, who again is the Executive Director of the Office of Workforce Strategy and Vice Chair of the Governor's Workforce Council, who's really focused on our workforce development needs, not only in manufacturing, but all industry sectors. So, Kelly?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's so nice to see so many people in person. Doesn't it feel good to get out and about again and look people in the eye, not through a screen? So thank you all for taking the time to be here today, especially with the weather outside. It's really important as we start talking about manufacturing and really to understand that the state has really invested in workforce development, specifically in manufacturing, but also in other career sectors that are really important to the state's recovery and expansion. Besides manufacturing, we're supporting IT, which is really part of manufacturing and highly connected, healthcare, bioscience, construction and clean energy, and then there'll be a bunch of others that pop up. But manufacturing is near and dear to my heart. As you all know, I'm a manufacturer. So we have put together a strategic statewide plan, and last year we spent the year working on implementing parts of our plan and getting feedback on our plan. And based on that feedback, we've made a few minor tweaks, because as we all know, us manufacturers, we're all about continuous improvement. So looking for those opportunities to improve what we're doing and to focus really on the things that are most important so that we get that return on investment that we need. So what you see in front of you is kind of a little reorg of our strategic plan, and I want to walk you through the elements and how they specifically relate to manufacturing. So most importantly, everything that we're doing around workforce development in the state is based on employer participation, employer feedback, and employer demand. So without our employers, we are flying blind. And a saying that we use that used to be around is the train and pray model, right? We just train people and pray that they're going to get employed. We've scrapped that model. And this model really is based on specific employers getting to the table and telling us what they need, when they need it, and making those commitments to hire people that we're training. So one of the first pillars of our plan is business leadership. And we're engaging businesses in a really methodical, systematic way around regional workforce partnerships, around regional sector partnerships. I want to take a minute to explain the importance of these and a little bit of the difference between a regional sector partnership and the amazing and productive workforce alliances and associations that we have around the state. The regional sector partnerships are designed to ensure that the manufacturers are at the center of the table and that our core partners which includes our regional workforce boards, our community organizations, all of our educational partners, other state agencies, and other action agencies, sit around the outside of the table and listen to what the manufacturers are saying, and then supporting what their needs are so that we can implement and we can move quickly. It's a little bit of a different model. And we have now launched 4 manufacturing partnerships across the state of Connecticut. And we recognize the amazing partnership that has been in the Hartford region through the partnership with CCAT and Capital Workforce Partners, and that's the AMEP program, so as our 5th, right? And making sure that instead of having separate conversations all over the place, that we have a conversation in one central place. It's been like herding cats. So as an industry partner, I spent 10 years working on workforce development issues to support my business and my community. And in 1 year, I drove 50,000 miles on my car, I kid you not, going to all of these different programs around the state, trying to understand how to connect the dots, right? And manufacturers don't have the time, the energy, or the desire to get that into the weeds. So we need to bring all of you to one table and have one conversation there. So I'm encouraging all of our manufacturers across the state to join your regional sector partnership. You can do that simply by contacting your workforce investment board. Your workforce development board is a co-convener across the state on the core partners and can connect you into those regional sector partnerships. Conversations that are happening there are, how do we win the hearts and minds of people, of our students, of our parents, of our educators? And to that point, we were saying, Chris was explaining earlier that the Manufacturing Innovation Fund also has that initiative, and by no accident, right? We understand the needs of manufacturers because we've been talking to all of you and we have been manufacturers. I think that's a great part of these state positions that have been created, right? And so we would like to support those regional efforts through some funding with the Manufacturing Innovation Fund, and also be able to come up with a cohesive campaign that supports the statewide message, both to people within Connecticut and those people who are looking to move to Connecticut, but also ensure that the regional flavors and needs are also representative in that campaign and in those regions. So that is one example of how the state is working with the regional sector partnerships to support the work that they're doing and engaging very quickly on. So again, that is the place where we want to have all of these conversations. With respect to like career awareness and an expansion of the ACM job fair that we had, again, partnerships with our state agencies for funding, with our educational partners, to ensure that we're all coming together in that common goal. So the second part of the pillar here is sector-based training programs. We all know that we need people in our businesses today. And how do we do that in an effective way and build a pipeline into our businesses? So the governor and our legislators have been extremely supportive and have allocated the Office of Workforce Strategy $70 million for sector-based training programs. These programs are short-term programs, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, 15 weeks. They're designed to get people upskilled and reskilled and into great entry-level careers, right? Not just jobs, careers. We're building careers. So it is really important as we launch these programs that we look to the programs that have worked well in the past, like the Manufacturing Pipeline Initiative in Eastern Connecticut. It's been recognized as a national best practice, and they have brought over 1,000 people in 5 years through that program and into employers in over 350 different employers, primarily in Eastern Connecticut, but across the state. So that program is being looked at to be expanded across the state. And that program comes with it 11 different curriculums that have been vetted and proven through our manufacturing partners, and will be available to all of our regional sector partnerships to vet for what works, what is the needs that they have in their region, and how can they adapt and utilize that curriculum that's already been built. Lots of times I hear we're rebuilding curriculum over and over again. We're trying to determine what those key essential skills are for manufacturing. And we all know as manufacturers, it's important that people have manufacturing math. They have blueprint reading. They understand quality. They understand safety. They understand the basics of mechanical principles and being able to work with equipment. So at the very bare core of all of the training programs that have been established under the manufacturing pipeline, those are included in every one of them. And then those essential skills that are required for very specific content, such as programming, welding, machining, etc., are laid on top of that. So we're really excited to be able to start building out these programs across the state and making a very significant investment in manufacturing education for sector-based training programs. But there's also responsibility and a resource for employers to provide incumbent worker training, right? We're looking at these sector-based training programs as short-term entry level, hoping that our employers will understand how they can access funds through the Manufacturing Innovation Fund to be able to upskill their employees and move them into those higher skill areas that all of these people who have retired, we need to get them upskilled into those areas. So another really important connection point that we can share curriculum and work together on. Another longer term initiative is building out education and career pathways in our secondary school systems. And we're looking at doing this comprehensively in districts across the state of Connecticut, looking at elementary school, ensuring our students in elementary school have an understanding of knowledge and exploration of what careers are out there, exposure to different careers, how they connect to their curriculum and the stories and the books that they're reading, making sure that they stay on grade level early on so that they can stay on grade level all the way through so that they have the minimum basic skills to get into entry-level programs and secondary, post-secondary programs. We're looking at middle school and engaging students in career exploration. We want them to have a good understanding of what they're interested in, what their skills are, and where they want to go in high school so that then when they get to high school, they can engage in meaningful career pathway programs. We have some very great examples of these across the state of Connecticut. They're all built as one-offs due to the dedication of a group of people, including companies in those regions. We want to make that a systemized approach, systemic change, and ensuring that all of our school systems offer these programs and that the policies and statutes and resources that are needed to support these programs are provided by the state. And so that's a longer term effort that's going to happen, but we need to build the pipeline, right? A long-term goal, an immediate goal in what we're doing here. So that on top of the these initiatives are barriers to employment. And this was considered our access and diversity committee last year. We've changed the name to barriers to employment, and childcare and transportation are two of the barriers that we're really focusing on. And we all know the importance of childcare so that we can get families back to work. And we're working very closely with the Office of Early Childhood on these initiatives. We passed some legislation to expand the UPass program to employers and short-term training programs. So we're looking forward to figuring out how we can address those rural communities that don't have public transportation. And then very importantly, standing up a new committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in this committee, we're really looking at the specific barriers to re-entry of specific populations, including re-entry, who Chris had mentioned earlier is a vital population that is untapped and can really fill a lot of the positions in manufacturing. So we have a subcommittee on re-entry and helping people get into manufacturing jobs. Our office is also working on the Vocational Village project that was passed in legislation, and there's $10 million for building out programming there. So we're working closely with those stakeholder groups and state agencies around that. So a lot is happening in the Office of Workforce Strategy. If you're interested in anything that I've explained to you today, we're always looking for people to engage. We can be reached at gwc@ct.gov, and you're welcome to be connected in. So thank you for the time and attention, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you both, Kelly and Chris, for letting us know everything that's going on. It's a gift for you to thank you, made here at Makerspace. We appreciate you giving us that idea, because we have to know out here what's going on in Connecticut and what we're doing and all the work that you're doing and the 50,000 miles on your car that are all helping us to have one united front. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And let's see, we are going to head now. We have about 5 or so minutes before we'll start. 7 minutes, my sister tells me. Thank you. So we're going to split into our tracks now. Track 2 is downstairs for education, and track 1, innovation and manufacturing, is going to stay up here. And track 2 will be downstairs in the tanks. Thank you again. Could start the track. All righty, if we can come back to your seats. So starting on track 2, we have a pretty exciting afternoon for you. If we can, everybody can come back to your seats and join us again and quiet down. Thank you. I'm going to introduce Naisha Williams now. Wow. That's our maker stand. I don't know. Tape. Don't know. But thanks. If there was a CNC, you'd have had it.
You can go right ahead.
Oh, I just advanced her accidentally.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, thank you, everybody. I'm going to introduce Naisha Williams. For over 9 years, Naisha worked in impoverished communities, writing curriculum for school teachers and enrichment programs, mentoring young children and providing supplemental teaching in key subjects like English, mathematics, and science. She got her start by volunteering in both private and public schools across the Northeast. It was then that she quickly became aware of the vast deficit in support of education of children. Like many, as a young African American female, I thought that my particular struggles in trying to better my life were due to my own faults. However, when I began to see that there were more children and young people who were running into the same roadblocks that I did years before, I knew that I had to be part of the change. Naisha graduated with honors from Rutgers University with a bachelor's degree and pursued her master's degree in mechanical engineering and with a degree in STEM education. After years of working in schools and leading international nonprofits and mentoring youth and young adults of all ages, Naisha founded Legacy Development Services, an organization focused on helping minority, impoverished youth and young adults realize their potential and begin their legacies. Naisha is an active member leader of professional organizations, community service organizations, and has been on the board of directors of several nonprofit organizations for the past 5 years. Her consulting experience encompasses teachers, principals, young technical professionals, students, nonprofit organizational leaders, and government officials. Each year, she gives youth workshops on educational topics, self-efficacy, financial literacy, and professional development workshops for young adults. She also helps youth and adults understand their educational options, career options, and paths to accelerated promotion in professional settings. I'd like to introduce Naisha Williams.
Put that up. Don't know. We'll see. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Let me know if it's loud enough. I can do more. Okay. All right. So again, good afternoon. My name is Naisha Williams, and thanks to the Makerspace, Deborah, and also Jacqueline Garofino, my biggest cheerleader, I always say, for bringing me into this space and allowing me this opportunity. I really do appreciate it. So I normally don't speak behind podiums, so forgive me if I try to inch this way and inch that way. Just remind me the mic is here. All right. So today I want to talk a little bit about realizing the potential in youth. And because it's such a personal story to me, I wanted to take a little bit more of a personal approach. So I'll have a couple of statistics in here. but I really want it to be more of a conversation. And so there's going to be some times where I call on the audience to participate in some activities. And then I also want to know about your experiences as well. So this is the approach that we're going to take for this afternoon. I'm going to start a little bit more about my story, and I'll talk about some of the things that I was missing as a youth trying to grow up into the STEM space. We'll talk a little bit more about myself today, and then I want to take that and go into what our responsibilities are as professionals in the space today, talk a little bit more about the untapped potential that we have in our youth that I've seen, and then we'll do a couple of activities and talk about making more of those connections, all right? So Deborah gave me a really, really nice introduction, but again, I want to take a little bit of more personal approach. This is the real me. I was born in New York City in the 90s. We won't say which year, but in the 90s, to a single parent household. It was myself and my mother for quite a long time. Afterwards, I had a younger brother. He's 8 years younger than me. And I have a host of extended family. I am the eldest in my generation, so I'm the big sister to most anyway. So the count doesn't really matter. But point being is I was the experimental child, as my mom and my grandmother and others do say. So those are some of my my closest siblings there. That's also the real me. So I've always been striving to fill big shoes. So this is me about maybe a year and a half, 2 years old. Those are my mother's shoes and her wig. I'm back to the Afro thing now. We'll try to get to the same size. But I've always wanted to strive for more is the point. Looks like we need some more product design back there. I'll come and see you guys later. But I've always really tried to push outside of the boundaries. I knew when I was younger, really early, that I wanted to help people. All of the interests that I went through in terms of careers encompassed helping the community. I first wanted to be a doctor, OBGYN to be specific. I found out that blood was not my thing. So I moved a little bit away from that. Next, I went into law, was on a debate team for many years, still advise a lot of debate competitions as well. Bit of a crowded space. And then I really sat down and thought about what were the things that motivated me? What were the things that I really enjoyed that had to do with art, design, again, solving problems, mixing things up. And I had, some talents in math, so I thought I would throw that together as well. So that's where I came into engineering. I wanted to be an automotive designer. Can anybody guess where I got that from? Take a guess. Well, a couple years ago, GM used to have a commercial where they were highlighting their newest designs. And in those commercials, they actually showed people carving cars out of clay, the actual profiles of the cars. That's what made me want to be an automotive engineer, not all the other stuff. So these are some of the things that really, really inspired me. Started off with building blocks, flour and water, mixing that up, because that's what I had, and tying knots in my mother's blinds. So that's the start of an engineer. If you have any children who you find to be slightly destructive, hold on, there might be something there. Now through that, after I made that decision, there were a couple of things that were really missing in my experience. And these things, I believe, really would have made a difference in terms of how quickly I could have gotten to my goals. I think I was hard-headed enough to keep on going, but it did take a bit longer, and there are some residual effects because of some of these issues that I ran into. And so let's get into it. So on the top left, I have an icon there to represent knowledge. I had a very, very supportive familial system in general. So if I said I wanted to do something, okay, go ahead and do it, except playing football. I did that too, but they weren't really supportive of that. But when it came to engineering, the knowledge base wasn't there with my family. My mother went to school. She went to Johnson & Wales University. At the time, she went for restaurant management, and the highest degree that you could attain is an associate's degree. They didn't start even putting on bachelor's degrees until I think about 5 or so years later. And in between that time, there was 20 years. So there was also a gap in terms of the general college application process, which I had to fumble through. We did have college counselors. We did have people who were supposed to guide us through the process. However, I found out about SATs and the college application a month before they were due, even though we had a counselor who was supposed to be there for us at least from our junior year. So that was one of the things that really was missing, was knowledge about the process and about general career paths that I could take. Now, to the bottom of that icon and to the left, also wanted to highlight an icon about sex. So gender bias. When I brought up that I wanted to be an engineer, there was a lot of hesitancy from both teachers and counselors. It was something, again, that I was doing, like football, that was supposed to be for men. And I think because people in my community and others around us, and this is not just a community based on race, but just where I was growing up, hadn't really seen women take on that engineering track. And so that was another thing that I often ran into. I was only Black woman in my class for my bachelor's degree. For both my bachelor's and master's, the only woman to actually graduate with a mechanical engineering degree. So gender bias really did have really did take a heavy toll on my experience. To the right of that, racial bias. This was also something that I ran into quite a bit. Because the engineering curriculum was hard enough, I think there was a good enough, quite a bit of trauma bonding. So it didn't matter who I bonded with. So I had some friends from all over. But there still was a really big gap in terms of seeing examples of both women in engineering, actively in engineering, in the automotive industry, as I was looking at it at that point, but also in terms of women in education around engineering. There was only one woman, African-American woman, who was a teacher, wasn't tenured when I started, but there was only one, and she actually became one of my mentors. She was one of the first persons to offer me a research opportunity. And that's something I still carry on today. So again, racial bias also had some effect on my experience. And then to the right, and it's big, and that might be a subconscious thing, but all of these things equally affected me. This icon represents resources. So one of the biggest stressors that I had in college, in my college experience, was the fact that I could not afford college. Never could afford it. When I applied, it wasn't a thing. I thought that if I got the good enough grades, that I would get that scholarship. And so I pushed for it. I did all the AP classes. I took all the tests, aced them. I was continuously on the dean's list every single year. And every single year I had to go to that financial aid office and beg. Still begging. Especially since now they're knocking at the door asking for their money. But this was something that really, really did affect my experience. I didn't have the privilege of sitting down and learning like everybody else, taking my time and really enjoying the curriculum. I had to rush. Every year I had to pack in the classes because every additional year I had was another $45,000. I couldn't afford it. And so these were some of the things that really did affect, again, my experience getting from a youth into the STEM fields. Last one, again, that I really want to highlight is this icon represents mentorship. Again, going back to having that example, someone who presented what it was really like working in the industry, and someone that you could identify with, whether that was a person who was a woman, a person who came of Afro descent, a person who even came from the same city I was. Even New York City, as big as it was, just having that connection really would have made a difference with somebody. I did not have that. for a majority of my college career. And even till today, it's still a struggle to make those connections, though we are getting a bit better. And so now with all of that, now we have me today. So Deborah gave a really good introduction about me, but this is what I look like today, despite all of those things that I did bring up. So again, I had research experience, started off at Sikorsky when it was a part of ETC in ground test engineering and manufacturing engineering, did some really cool work there on the Black Hawk, looking at additive manufacturing opportunities for that craft. Moved on to Pratt & Whitney, where I still work today, just came from that, that work here. I'm a senior engineer today and also an IPT lead, which is basically a product development leader in the space. Been on boards. I was more recently the chairperson of the National Society of Black Engineers, did national advising, still do regional advising for that organization. And then I also founded Legacy Development Services. Now, the reason why I decided to found that was because of that experience that I had. It's very hard to dig people out of those sorts of circumstances, but it's possible. And how it's possible, or how I find it to be more effective, is spending time. And time is very expensive. And so, though I went through a couple of rounds of nonprofit and doing the rallying and working with companies across the nation, the issue was I couldn't get people to invest enough time. So again, me being hard-headed, I said, you know what? I'm gonna start my own business, and I'm going to prove that this can work. And I've had some success. It's still hard to find time. And I think this is really what our youth of today needs. So I've had a little bit of success, and I say a little bit because I'm still relatively early on in my engineering career, and I do plan on making some transitions relatively soon. But with the amount of success that I've gotten thus far, some of the things that I think is really important for us to realize, anybody as a professional who has gotten some ounce of success, what our responsibilities are, not only to our communities, to our families, but our society around us. And I really think that comes in, again, being those examples that I never had. That's one of my mantras, and I hope to be able to share it with you, other people who have the time and who are willing to put in the effort. Being that example really, really makes a difference. In 2019, early 2020, before the Panini, I was able to take a student who was a young girl, wasn't sure what engineering track she wanted to go into, wasn't sure if college was her space to go into next because she felt she wasn't prepared. And so I was able to take her on and show her what I did, show her what other engineers look like and all the different ways in which she could engage in that field. And afterwards, she was much more, she felt she was much more prepared. Reason she felt unprepared because she never did anything engineering before. Went through high school, got all the good grades, nothing hands-on. And so she thought, well, when I get to college, I'm gonna do the hands-on stuff, and I don't know what that looks like. And so I showed her that we still learn on the job, there'll be more opportunity, and we're all just learning. When everybody starts off at just about at the same space. I would argue, and I think the previous speaker did mention this, that we add a little bit more of that hands-on based curriculum to our college or K through 12 curriculum so that the students don't run into that issue and feel that they're unprepared or underexposed to different career paths. But just the one day and a couple of conversations afterwards was able to convince that young student to apply to college. And so she did, and she's off on her way. That was about maybe 10 hours worth of investment. So with as many people that we have who've already gone through the college experience or whichever experience you took to get to your career today, could we spend 5 or so hours each just sharing our experiences with a student. How impactful would that be for the elder generation to work with the younger generation in that way? I think it really makes a difference. And so benefits of mentorship to youth can include all sorts of things. So learning from real life experience. So when I worked with that young student, I was able to actually take her on the shop floor and show her, point out parts that I had worked on and what we did with them and why they were in certain spaces versus others. I was able to show her the additive manufacturing that we had on the plant and show her the different engines and even take her to the test stand. That's a real life experience that I was able to share with her that normally she might not have gotten in her normal high school curriculum. So for the student who wants to go into manufacturing, maybe business, it could be anything, communications, there's lots of IT when it comes to that. Just a couple of hours of seeing what the job really is like can make a difference and say, oh, you know what, I think this is something that I might want to do. This makes sense to me. So again, making those connections. She was able to get some connections or contact information of other engineers, other women of different levels and having different experience. So that's also something that she can pull on a bit later on when she's looking for an internship. She was able to get a sounding board, so I was able to talk her through some of her fears and challenges, increase the energy and interest. She applied to college, and then also the career advancement. So soon after, she'll be able to hopefully go on into a lucrative career in aerospace specifically. Now, Pratt & Whitney will be happy about that because we're always looking for more people in aerospace. I am also a double agent. I don't care. I just want students to be able to make that connection, get into the career that'll work best for them, okay? So cut the clip for whoever's gonna see that. Pratt can get the aerospace part. So, one of the things I quickly realized when I was in my undergraduate career teaching in Camden, New Jersey, was that there was a lot of untapped potential in even that area. Now, for those of you who are not aware, Camden, New Jersey, historically has been a pretty rough area. It was an area that originally had Campbell Soup was headquarters there. So, you know, the classic American story of a manufacturing or factory town, once they moved, all the opportunities left with it. And they still haven't been able to really regain that level of activity in that city. So that was the environment I was working in. Students there were not given adequate resources. They didn't have books to their level to work with. The books that they were working with were from the early 2000s. Mind you, this was in 2012 to 14. And the teachers were also under-resourced. So any resources that those teachers needed for those classrooms, they were responsible for paying for. And I think quickly one can expect that after a couple of years, you kind of get tired of it. Well, simple things such as drawing pictures on the board for these students helped raise their math proficiency. Just drawing a picture. That didn't take me much time, but it was something that was made the curriculum a bit more palatable for them. And so again, it's all about making these connections, making things more clear, more plain for the students that we're working with. Now, I found this very interesting because when we look at things that arguably aren't so healthy for our communities, there is a lot of push, energy, and resources that are put into that. So looking at fast food restaurants such as McDonald's, Domino's, Taco Bell, spent over $1.5 billion advertising to target minority communities, primarily Black and Hispanic youth. And also in that same year, a study showed that 75% more ads were viewed by those communities versus their white or other peers. And also, there was no healthy promotions that were seen on Spanish-based television at all. So $1.5 billion at least This is just one study counting, a certain sum of money. $1.5 billion can go towards shoving grease down our kids' throats. What about education? What about hands-on, career-based education? I can't get $1.5 billion for that. And arguably, that would be something that, for our nation, it would be a better investment. Now, just because we weren't making some of those pushes doesn't mean that the kids aren't picking up on things. In recent years, we've shown that there's been a lot more interest in topics such as computer-based sciences, computer-based art as well, such as video game drafting, digital design, things of that sort. It's very clear that our students are more interested in. But a lot of our students fall below the poverty line. And so when looking at students 5 years old to 17 years old, living below the poverty threshold, they're also more likely to have less internet access. So 41% of Black students, 41% of Black students and 35% of students overall living below the poverty line had no internet access or very limited internet access. Note, our world is more increasingly becoming completely digital. I can't work without the internet, especially now, but also access to information. So it was easier for me the later I went on to work through school because where people weren't willing to give me the information or weren't able to get me the information, I was able to get it myself. But if students don't even have access to the internet, what can they do for themselves? Unless we bring that exposure, we bring that information to them. And again, there's enough professionals, enough people from the previous generation who have had some success to do that. And it doesn't take too much. Been a little bit somber thus far. A lot of sad kind of coming down type of things. Big issues, not so positive experiences, but we're still here. And meanwhile, in the city of Chicago, which also can get a bad rap sometimes, charter schools are teaching second graders algebra. So when we talk about untapped potential, if a second grader can learn algebra, what can a fifth grader do, especially today, or a ninth grader? What can our high school youth today do if in second grade they can learn what I was learning in the 10th grade? And this is something that I personally saw. I went and visited a charter school around about 2018 and was able to view the curriculum and actually experience the classroom experience at that school. So with that, I wanted to give myself a challenge. And it's, again, about bringing together those connections, right? How can I better explain to students in simple terms how their interests, whatever those interests are, can be connected to a lucrative career? And so I think I've gotten pretty good at this, but I want to test myself again because, hey, we've been in a pandemic. I haven't spoken quite a bit to people in quite a bit of time. So can always flex the muscle again. So what I want you guys to do is to help me practice. And I want you to name an interest and get as stereotypical as you can for youth, interest that a youth might have so I can connect it to a career that's lucrative. Primarily STEM-based because that's my background, but we can go into some other things as well. So do I have any volunteers? Would anybody like to just shout out an interest that young people have? Mm-hmm. Say it one more time. Physical sciences. Physical therapy. Say it one more time. Gaming, game design, IT. Any other interests? Louder, louder. I wish I could be a Lego designer. Oh my God. The things that they do to put together different packs and actually build small models of life-size items, amazing. The same technology we use in, that is used, I say we, Lego hire me. The same technology that's used in Legos, same technology we use for any other architectural building. All transferable skills. Anybody else? TikTok, social media, the algorithm, how we are connecting psychology to mathematical and expression, and also computer modeling as well. The way in which, it's kind of sinister, we're seeing it on the news now, but social media has been designed to tap into all of the subconscious reward centers that human beings have. That was done through science, both the STEM-based science, physical science, and psychology. Evil, but it's great. Oh, chess playing? Game theory. You can use the same type of strategies that you use in chess for business. As a matter of fact, in my MBA, there's a whole class about game theory. Really interesting, actually. Any others? Oh, go ahead. Anime? Digital art. Clearly digital art. And the funny thing, the cool thing about that is, even if you just like to do the physical drawing, making those digital prints so that you can sell your art in a more broader way, that's all done on the computer now. So, absolutely, absolutely. So that's just a small example of some of the ways in which we can take something that I would say arguably we probably got annoyed with, such as in my community, usually entertainment is something that could be overrepresented in. I would argue the numbers exactly, but tend to be overrepresented in. There's STEM that's connected to audio engineering. My brother right now is studying audio engineering. So there's the forward-facing piece of it, that's the artistic, the expressive side, and then there's also the behind the scenes. And that's kind of the connections that I like to make with students, especially when they want to go into some of those more expressive careers. Totally fine, but when the algorithm doesn't favor you and people start to get bored, how can you transition to stay in that space, but then help other people become the artists that they would like to be? And so, again, this is one of the things that I actually love. I build curriculum and lesson plans just around this. Again, making sure that people understand anything you're interested in, you can make into a career that is lucrative, that will sustain you, and that you can have enjoyment with for the rest of your life, right? Now, this one is for you all. We're almost in on time. Okay, this is good. So what I want us to do together, because I'm sure quite a bit of us have come from varying companies and have varying positions, think about how you would describe the work that you do, 2 sentences or less, don't make it too complicated, to a second grader. Okay, second grade language. Now, I know I just pointed out that second graders are learning algebra, so that might bias their language a little bit higher. But let's think about the stereotypical, really simple language that a second grader might understand. How can you describe what you do in your job today? Okay, so I'll give you guys a minute or two just to think about it, and I'll kind of call folks to share. But I'll do mine really quick after this quick H2O break. So I shared with you all earlier today that I was what we call an IPT leader. So it tends to be product development, a lot of project management, bringing people together. Now, the way in which I would explain that to a second grader is my job is to bring teams together. I make sure that we solve problems and we're being smart about it, and nobody's fighting about the solution that we come up with. We come together, we see a problem, and we make a solution. That's it. And that really sums it up. So now the question is, how can you describe yours? What could a second grader become exposed to just if we kept it simple? a little bit more. Go ahead. Oh, by chance. Oh, 1 second, by chance. Do we have a mic? Can I share this one?
After your mom has raised you and made you an independent school-going kid, I help your mom get back to her career potential.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to give it a try? Oh, sure.
I am an algae farmer who grows a nutritious food that helps animals, fish, and people be healthier.
Very good.
Who needs that marketing company?
I'm retired now, full disclosure, but we make components out of metal that go into these magnificent engines that go on airplanes that can fly you anywhere in the world.
Beautiful. Oh, I saw a hand over here.
I help people, computers, and machines work together and help each other.
Okay. Anybody else? Oh, sorry. If you wanna share, you can, please. That's his cool.
Plane?
Awesome. So again, if we were able to just break it down really simply, we could expose our youth at a very young age to all of the options that they have out here. Here are just some of the gaps for the American workspace that we're seeing. All of that can be explained really simply. So let's take that challenge outside of this room, take it into the world, and make those connections for our youth. And that's the way in which we can realize the potential in the youth of today. Okay. Thank you all very, very much for your time.
So Naisha typifies that energy that I was talking about earlier this morning, that everyone wants to be around and listen to and is excited. And so I thank you for bringing your energy. Thank you for being a speaker. I'm going to get behind Jackie and be her next fan if I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate that. All right. Our next guest, our next speaker, I'll say, I met a while ago, and I'm happy to say we are partnered with them to work on a project. Barry Alexander from Aquiline Drones is the founder, chairman of the board, and chief executive and operating officer. And he's going to take us through a case study on Aquiline Drones. He has a manufacturing model and a business model to me that's just absolutely revolutionary. I love listening to it. Barry himself is a veteran aerospace professional. I'm sorry, you wanted me away from you, didn't you? He's a veteran aerospace professional. He brings over 30 years experience as an aviator and a licensed aircraft technician operating at the highest technical levels. With over 21,000 hours of flight time logged in the global commercial aviation environment, Barry has spent most of his aviation career flying as an airline captain. Most recently as a pilot of the Boeing 747-400 and -8? -8, okay, and 747 Dreamlifter. Throughout his career, Barry also functioned in the capacity of flight instructor, chief pilot, director of operations, and pilot mentor. These insights gleaned from both the technical and managerial perspective form a critical part of the vision and the ultimate success of Aquiline Drones Corporation. Today, Barry attends to the day-to-day operations of Aquiline Drones and the implementation of Aquiline Drones' composite business plan. Barry also led successful ventures in the diverse areas of health information systems, electronic payment systems, digital media, and air ambulance services. Barry's role at Aquiline Drones is one of entrepreneurial stewardship as he continues being the visionary and sees that the Aquiline Drone team achieves its business objectives, its vision, mission, and values. I welcome Barry Alexander up to the stage to give us a little information about his revolutionary model.
We're going to play this video first. We're gonna play his video first, if I can get it here. Is it not showing?
For centuries, agricultural output depended almost entirely on the forces of nature. Rainfall.
Oh, I know. It worked earlier. No, I don't think so. Why is it not working? You're gonna do what?
I think, guys, we'll take a 5-minute break so that we can figure this out. It worked before. Giving me the evil eye, Richard. We'll just take a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
I figured it out, Deborah.
You did?
I did.
And now that you got all comfortable talking with one another, we did get our technology working again. So why don't you fire that up, Scott? And Barry, I don't know how far away you went, but we're going to start the video.
Okay, it's working.
For centuries, agricultural output depended almost entirely on forces of nature: rainfall, extreme temperatures, natural disasters. The food supply of entire populations relied on circumstances beyond the farmer's control. Smart farming is changing all of it. Today, the power of cloud technologies and the Internet of Things allows farmers to anticipate problems, assess conditions in real time, and manage the unexpected like never before. Drones provide a range of personal mobile sensor platforms that farms can utilize to take their operations into the future. Offline drones is at the forefront of the smart farming industry. AD provides industry-leading solutions for the modern-day farmer. Our smart, cloud-connected drones are driving unprecedented business outcomes for both small and large farming operations. Our specialized cloud and proprietary artificial intelligence framework allow all types of farm data to be analyzed, resulting in deep insights for the farmer.
It begins with collecting information. Our autonomous cloud-connected drones use advanced sensors and specialized proprietary software to gather vast amounts of data on plant and animal conditions. Everything from evaluating crop health to counting livestock. The drones work together with the AD Cloud to analyze this data, some of it in real time. Our artificial intelligence is the engine behind this analysis. The AI extracts the critical information and passes the insights along to farmers so they can improve operations and plan ahead. Data from non-drone sources is added to complete the picture. The more data is available, the more accurate will be the insights as the AI framework is deep learning and becomes increasingly accurate with experience.
When applied to crops, AD drones can assess plant health, improve irrigation management, deliver detailed land surveys, and even count fruit on bushes and trees. When applied to livestock operations, our solutions provide critical tools for monitoring animal health, counting populations, and managing small and large herds. And data collection is just the beginning. AD drones, equipped with active payloads, can also participate in the farming itself by following predetermined maps to spray crops and even sow seeds quickly and efficiently. For both crop and livestock applications, the results are lower costs and greater efficiencies, including larger yields, more automated systems, and less human effort. AD is developing a comprehensive service platform for smart farming that extends beyond drones and enables farmers to send all their farm data in a structured manner to the cloud. Here, the AI crunches the numbers and starts delivering insights. The process is repeated and a historical picture is built, which enables the AI to eventually achieve very high accuracies. With the correct data model, such an approach can result in a dramatic improvement in farming operations. AD's industry-leading smart farming dashboard places a powerful set of capabilities at your fingertips. This is the control room for the smart farmer. As farming grows smart, Offline Drones is leading the charge. Our intelligent drones and cutting-edge technologies offer a wide range of solutions that will drive innovation in agriculture. Next stop, Maywood. LB ground drones that perform active missions within the fields. The future is limited only by imagination. How can we help take your business to the next level? Contact us at Offline Drones to learn.
Okay, you're all set. All you have to do is press the space bar to advance it. Yeah. Just the space bar. Yep.
Can everyone hear me okay? Good, good. Like, Nisha, well, we do have something in common. We were both born in the 90s. Of course, most of you, after that intro, can tell that, what I've done is similar to what, a dragon has done. Not to mention I probably look like one, but been at it for a little while. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Barry. I've been around this space for quite some time, and I can say wholeheartedly that I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to become who I've become, today. Most of us are where we are because we were probably enabled by someone along the way. So always remember the value of reaching back and giving to those who have enabled you through show of gratitude. Aviation as we know it, Connecticut is thought of as the insurance capital of the world, of course. I tend to think that insurance did have its heyday, and to now today it's a new day in Connecticut as far as what Connecticut is about to become. It's about to become what we have touted as a company as becoming the drone capital of the U.S. and probably the drone capital of the world. Very, very tall order of business, but that's our overarching aspiration, and we will make it happen. Ask me how I know. Spent quite a bit of time of my life, adult life, in aviation, as was said here earlier, and had the benefit of flying all over the world, just about every country, immersed myself in just about every culture, cuisine, you name it. What that provided me was an opportunity to vet the world and see how people were doing things in other countries, to better understand what we could do in the drone technology space in the US that would not just be impactful, but also sustainable. As was mentioned earlier, drones are somewhat different in that we think of drones as gadgetry, but ideally, they're an eye in the sky. Drones now add that third dimension to our normal two-dimensional lives that we never considered before. Of course, that third dimension was always reserved for birds, but here we are today, flying drones that allow us to have that aerial perspective from multiple vantage points. So how do we use it to benefit society? Well, there are many use cases for drones as far as what they can do with the addition of cameras and sensors. The video mentioned smart farming applications as far as being able to count fruits and analyze fruits and spray crop and just about everything you could possibly think of by having an eye in the sky. That's what drones do. What's interesting is that all of it is happening right here in the middle of downtown Hartford at 750 Main Street. And that is something that calls for celebration, not a one-time event, of course, but continuous celebration, how we celebrate the diversity that the city has to offer, how we take advantage of, and promote diversity in the city, how we appeal to our leaders and stakeholders to foster inclusion, i.e. making sure that all our communities participate, disadvantaged, disenfranchised, all of our communities. So me being here as a bald and beautiful Black man is testament to the fact that inclusion does work. And inclusion does not know discrimination. All of this is happening right here in downtown Hartford. Now, I know there are a few things that Dev wanted me to speak about. We only have about 12 minutes left, so I'll try to keep it on point as much as possible. One of them is the concept of decentralized manufacturing. When we think of COVID and we think of the havoc that the pandemic wreaked across the world, we now live in a post-COVID environment where you have double-digit unemployment numbers, you have people who mostly work remotely, people who are unemployed or unemployed, and the concept of revitalizing manufacturing, for example, manufacturing being one of the three pillars of a sustainable economy, agriculture and mining being the other two. It speaks to a different concept as far as how we promote, foster, and develop manufacturing. There are proprietary proposals on the table that speak to decentralizing the effort. When we think of manufacturing, we think of siloed type environments where people go to work to put stuff together. But how about in our current day, in a post-pandemic environment, where we have an opportunity to decentralize manufacturing by taking manufacturing to the people? So we conceptualized these agile manufacturing pods, palletized units that can be shipped to individuals, installed in your basement, garage, community centers. They could be assembled in cluster around warehouses, in your living room for crying out loud. And if each of these manufacturing cells could emulate a work environment, a workspace, then technically, with a very healthy and logistical supply chain in place, we can, 1 out of every 10 homes in a community could be a manufacturing center. 1 out of every 10 homes in every community could be a manufacturing center. The flavoring of that manufacturing center can be changed every 6 months. First 6 months, you're assembling drones. Next 6 months, prosthetics, dentures, Christmas trees, just about anything. So the concept is much wider than it's explained as far as it being all-encompassing, because it addresses many socioeconomic issues that plague our environments today, chiefly ushered in by the pandemic. People working from home, having issues with childcare, mobilization, just about everything. I mean, there's a surplus of commercial real estate out there, of course, but the fact that people are now accustomed to working from home, why not enable that process where they could roll out of bed and right into a manufacturing pod? But you know what that does, folks? That speaks to the issue or concept of self-actualization, where people are actually inspired to get out of bed and do something and be productive. It's not just the call on society, for them to be self-actualized, it's the call upon themselves to have the opportunity to better themselves. You look over to your neighbor's yard, who also has a manufacturing part in his basement. So you know exactly where he got that new car from. Him getting out of bed every day and grinding the details in that manufacturing pod. And just think of the sustainability aspect of it, where you have multiple flavors of manufacturing spread across a single community that could actually support that community. Does Volkswagen really have to go down to, Puebla, Mexico, or call upon them, which is about 34 miles northeast of Mexico City, to ship parts to Hartford, Connecticut, while the customer waits? How about having a healthy supply chain right here that's based on, just-in-time theory? You place the order in the morning, then you have it by the afternoon. Why not right here? We think of bringing everything into the city to revitalize the city, but the city can't stand on its own. The city relies on its environs, the townships, to be truly sustainable. And within those environs or townships, you have problems with unemployment and disenfranchisement that needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed by our city leaders. It takes public-private partnerships to make that stuff happen. It does not happen on its own. I have 2 more minutes, like Dever said. So my appeal here to you folks today is to, like Nisha said, look around, see what we have, identify the resources that we have right here in Hartford as a community, as stakeholders, as responsible and corporate citizens, and see what we can do to elevate ourselves as a community. Again, my name, Barry Alexander, Aqualine Drones. You know where we are, 750 Main Street, right in the center of downtown Hartford. You can reach us through Deborah, through ourselves, whatever it takes. We're here to support the community. We're here to support just about every effort that shows promise, even if it doesn't show promise. But you can know that our doors are open for business. We're all inclusive. We celebrate diversity, and we're here to make sure that all ships rise with the tide. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Barry. Barry has an absolutely revolutionary idea to bring people to manufacturing, and I'm really happy you guys all had a chance to hear about that. And it's right here again, another homegrown business. So we're going to take a few minutes. We start at 3 o'clock again. We're going to reshuffle our configuration up here, and we'll see you at 3 o'clock for the final panel before our cocktail hour. Thank you again. All righty. So we are going to start with our last session, and we're lucky today, excuse me, Dennis, for standing in front of you. We're lucky today to have a great assortment of panelists joining us. I'm going to introduce you to Will Jacks, who is our moderator. Tell you, oops, and he's taking a big step now. I know, I have to do the stairs. I can't reach that. So Will is a senior executive, business development, and registered patent agent, and brings the company over 30 years of experience in engineering, manufacturing, sales, strategic marketing, and technology licensing. Mr. Jack serves as president of Emanis LLC, a patenting and commercialization firm which he founded, and Ortho Mechanics LLC, a consumer health products manufacturer. Past professional roles include Business Development Manager, North America for CPA Global, a worldwide intellectual property services firm, Aerospace Sales and Quality Manager with Praxair Incorporated. His recent experiences are focused on positioning early stage technology and entrepreneurs with opportunities to attract capital, investments, and licensing opportunities with larger, more established companies and/or independent business ventures. Mr. Jacks holds a BS in mechanical engineering from Howard University, Washington, D.C., postgraduate studies in mechanical engineering at Mass Institute of Technology, and an MBA from American in D.C. And with that, Will be introducing you to our esteemed panelists today.
Thanks, Deborah. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully things are going well. I've enjoyed this discussion today, learned quite a bit, starting with Dr. Rippy Singh and moving on through our last presenter, Barry Alexander. So I appreciate all of you guys for sharing your insights, and I'm sure you do too. Okay, let's get started. Just a little bit of a commercial. Dennis, who I will introduce first, has a little bit of a hard stop. I think his wife is having a very important birthday, so I promised him that I would get him out of here a little bit early, so bear with us as I kind of move through that. But anyway, with our panelists who've agreed, to give their time to us today, let me introduce Dennis Williams. He is a client partner and AVP at Cognizant's insurance practice, and he leads business development and sales for insurance clients in North America. Prior to Cognizant, Dennis was the president and founder of Agilus Global Services, LLC, and it was a company that he himself founded, in which they did consulting, advisory services, and executive search. After a couple of years, Dennis abandoned that opportunity, went back to Cognizant, and leads that company now in its insurance practice services. I'm trying to do this with my hands. Okay, here we go. So Dennis is a proud veteran of the United States Army, the Air Defense Artillery Patriot missile systems, and while located in Frankfurt, Germany, he obtained the rank of captain during his 5-year active duty. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Industrial Management from Clemson University, an MBA in Finance from Seton Hall University, and he and his wife, Tamra, who will kill me if I don't get him out of here quickly enough, have 2 children and reside in Avon. Let me move to Ms. Beatrice Gutierrez here. She is an accomplished business and economic development executive for more than 30 years. Beatrice has a vast area of expertise, including executive management, strategic planning, and continuous process improvement. She excels at building teams and maximizing the talent using technology to increase efficiency and productivity. Her background includes being the executive director of business development for Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development. She's an adjunct professor at Central Connecticut State University and has managerial roles at various manufacturers, including Allen Bradley, General Electric, and is very much involved in business management and quality improvement activities. Dr. Jackie, and I'll pronounce this, Garofano? Okay. Dr. Garofano is the Chief Technology Officer at Connecticut Center for Advanced Technology. And as the CTO, she has the lead responsibility for focusing on developing and directing new technology projects, programs in collaboration with partner organizations, and those would be primarily federal agencies, national labs, and consortiums, universities, and other subject matter experts. Her career as a materials research scientist has been marked with numerous honors and achievements. Ms. Well, it's quite a bit, but let me get to the end. I'd like to let you know that she is also in the Future is Now awardee by Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund for her work to advance women in STEM. With that, we'll move on to, is it doctor? Okay, so Ms. Candace Friedenberg, she's the founder of Untapped Potential. Untapped Potential is an organization that focuses on change. She has been the founder for this organization since 2018? 2015, excuse me. It promotes social change for women, and she also has been very much decorated in her job with Untapped Potential. She holds an MS in Business from Boston University, an MS certificate in Manufacturing Systems, and a BS in Optical Engineering from the University of Rochester. She lives here in Connecticut with her husband and 3 children. So now with that out of the way, let's kind of move to our program. Okay, I'm going to cheat just a little bit. So I was asked to put together a few questions for our panelists, and hopefully those questions will be something that will kind of shed a little bit light on what is Industry 4.0, and how do we go about assuring this inclusivity, and certainly how do we go about exciting and engaging the next generation of our workforce. So here, there were about 7 questions I decided to pull from. I'll start with Mr. Williams. Industry 4.0, inclusion, engaging the next generation. Can you tell us how have your experiences with inclusion, diversity, and equity, or the lack thereof, shaped your personal perspective?
Thanks, Will. Great question. Certainly, I believe.
You want to use it?
Can you guys hear me okay with this? Is it on? It's on, okay. So I think for most companies, diversity, inclusion, and equity is probably one of the most important agendas in corporate America today. The company that I work for, Cognizant, 300,000 people, 50 different countries. We're providing a variety of digital transformation, application development, maintenance services to our clients. And we have to make sure we show up every day looking like our clients as well. And many of our clients, we get the questions around, well, you know, great team, where are the women, right? Is there diversity in your teams? And we're challenged every single day to make sure we show up as a diverse organization. And again, we are diverse. 300,000 people, 200,000 of our folks live in the country of India, and we're in 50 other countries. But still, our clients expect us to show up and somewhat be representative of their organizations. So it's a big challenge. It's on the corporate agenda of every single company on the planet. One of my, I would say, additional duty role within the company is I lead one of the co-leads of our Black, Latinx, and Indigenous people group. We call it BLING, is our group. And we've got a multitude of affinity groups. And we're all under the umbrella of our strategy, which is all belong. You know, we're trying to create an inclusive culture. And I think it starts at the top of your organization, right? Our CEO, CFO, head of HR, and all the business unit leaders, they get measured on diversity and inclusion and being equitable and fair in how we treat people. And we've got these affinity groups. I'm in the Veterans Network. I'm in the BLING group. You know, we have LGBTQ affinity groups. We've got disabilities, Pan-Asian, We've got a working parents group. So all of these affinity groups that we have, we're asking our folks to join because we want everybody within the company to show up as authentic as they can be, right? We want you. We value you as an individual within the company. And I think these affinity groups provide a way to show that, you know, we're trying our best to be an inclusive organization. And it's not easy, right? You know, we all have these programs, and I hate to call them programs because in my mind, a program starts and it ends. In my mind, in our company's mind, diversity, equity, inclusion, it's a journey. It should be embedded in everything we do, right? We shouldn't have to get up and think about it every single day. And today we do because we have the program mindset. We got to do these things today because it's National Hispanic Month, or it's Black History Month, or it's Veterans. We should wake up every single day being our natural selves, and we're not talking about diversity, equity, inclusion. Until we get there, I still think we've got a long journey.
Yeah, maybe we can expound on that a little bit. Can you tell me what brings you here today? And do you have some personal perspective to lend to inclusion and engagement of the next generation of our workforce?
For sure. Thanks, Will. Definitely, I'm happy that diversity, equity, inclusion now does include bringing women back to the workforce. And that's really why I'm here. You know, being an engineer and experienced in manufacturing systems, I think that unfortunately it was the industrial age that really separated women from the workforce in some ways. And in that time frame, you know, the school systems were evolved for the industrial age. And there's a mismatch between the school system timing and the workday. And there's a lot of fundamental things that keep women more so than men, although it should be equitable. You're having a lack of women in senior roles. Really, there needs to be we need to normalize the path for women to get back to the workforce, and having a gap, really invest in training for new technologies so that they can get back at the right point. And really, when I look at you know, missing out on diversity. Now we understand the value of having women on boards, the value of having diverse perspectives in leadership roles by our inability to let there be flexibility in the timeframes where you have heavy caregiving. We can't keep women on that career track. And so Untapped Potential supports getting women back to their career track by giving them a network of support, skill up opportunities, and then real mid-career engagements. And I think that things are changing. The pandemic threw a crazy thrust so that, you know, leaders at our companies now understand a little bit more of what goes on with caregiving and the demands of it. And we had held an event just prior to the pandemic about caregiving versus capitalism and how can we get equity in the C-suite. And we can't get equity in the C-suite or the senior leadership roles until there's equity at home. So stemming the stigma around men doing caregiving duties, because even the women in the workforce are still doing a heavier burden statistically of caregiving duties. And so they can't give that 110 or 190% to the workforce compared to their peer males in the workforce. So I'm trying to balance out some of those expectations on society and maybe looking from a bigger picture. I really like Barry's idea of moving manufacturing into pods in the home and really letting women or men, whoever is the caregiver, fit work into their life while they're in those heavy caregiving years.
Let me skip you just for a moment, Jackie, because I'm going to cheat with you. So let's add Beatrice. Can you give us your own personal perspective of what you think?
Sure. To me, I'm the president of Compstead, which is an organization that helps small businesses achieve and grow. And in that role, to me, it's as simple as supply and demand. You know, so what brings me here? I am an electrical engineer. I come from South America where, you know, there's this stereotypical position of females. And I have to say, I was very surprised when I came here to understand that that's still very much alive here. So to me, having gone through working in manufacturing, in quality, in substation automation, so in environments that are very defined as male environments. I have, I think, a personal, very clear idea of the challenges that go through that. I'm a mother. I raised 2 daughters through all that. They're both engineers. So in that sense, I had that. But I can say one thing. I came from a house where my mother was very clear that I'm going to support you in anything you can do. Went to a high school that was mostly men. It had been a traditional male high school. So when I graduated from high school, there were 7 girls in 70, in 2 classes, 70. So to me, that support fed all my life. But I was lucky. That's not common. And I have learned that that's not common. So what brings me here technically is from the standpoint, we talk about inclusion being good. We could talk about diversity being good for populations. I take a different approach to that. As manufacturers, as companies, as part of state, we cannot select to limit opportunities for the available workforce. Our state tends to be older demographically. It does have a lot of growth in the targeted communities, what we call, African American, minorities per se, Latinos, natives. So there's young people in those communities, and there's all these women that are available. So it's not only about social goodness, it's about just business. So we need to tap into those populations. And in doing that, we need to look for ways. When I entered the workforce back in the 90s, it was about the employee to adapt to the company. As a female, I knew I had to manage my emotions and not look too girly and do all these things to fit. But I think employers today know that that's not the game anymore. The company is going to have to embrace the employee and embrace their needs. Good example I have of that is when I was at Rockwell. We had a plant that, we were trying to get that cost out of a product. It was a very simple push button. And we were talking about taking it to the República Dominicana or taking it to Mexico. And then someone said, Neenah, Wisconsin. There was this little town there. We put this plant there, and we just made it flexible in schedule. It was basically at 9 when all these women had sent their children to school. They work, and then they were able to go home before the children came back. And it was one of the most productive plants that we had. So it's about thinking of what you need to do and embracing the diversity out there. So that's what I like to talk about.
Great, thank you for that answer. Growing up in a very matriarchal society, I think I understand exactly where you're coming from. So that thought was already instilled. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'd like you to give us your own personal perspective. What brings you here to speak with us about inclusion, about engagement of the next generation of our workforce? But I'd like to add, I kind of botched your bio a little bit. I apologize.
That's okay.
I absolutely apologize.
I interjected.
But you are a technologist, and so
I am.
I'd like you, in terms of, as you speak a little bit about your personal experience, how do we transition and use, say, technology to help with this process of engagement and inclusivity, assuming that it's appropriate?
So thank you for letting me speak to this question. And I know we're like just chewing and eating time here. We want to talk about I4.0, but I'm very passionate about this subject in and of itself. I'm a first generation college student. I don't come from a lineage of engineers or scientists. It's because of mentorship and seeing and believing and having someone. I consider myself a late bloomer. I didn't fall in love with physics until the end of high school, and I went to Southern and got into the honors college and started doing materials research, not even knowing what the heck that even was. But Christine Broadbridge was a professor there, and she's been an incredible mentor. She is my see her, be her. And I use that as a hashtag. And it's absolutely the reason why we need to be cheerleaders and champions for young people, for diverse abilities. And so I'm so thrilled that I was able to connect Devra with Naija, and you all were able to hear her speak. It's so critically important to pave the way and to bring others along. And so when I was listening to Dennis, you speak about, I come from corporate America. I spent the first 10 years of my career coming out of a PhD from UConn in as an engineering technologist, as a research scientist, and I made my way over to corporate to lead an engineering development program because I'm so passionate about our next generation, passionate about having a diverse collective of young people who are truly going to change the world. And I strongly believe that. And we just need to be able to get outside of ourselves and let our young people, as Nyasia is a strong advocate and champion for, and as are all of you joining me on the stage, just empowering that diversity of thought of, when we talk about technology, I'm on the cusp of growing up in the 90s. So it's like I've seen the evolution of technology, and I'm still young enough in the workforce where I'm savvy, but I'm an experimentalist by training. I'm not a computationalist. I don't know how to code, and that's terrible, but it's all about continuous learning. So for me, as someone that was working in a corporate, very large aero and defense company, being in that entry-level middle management, I was looking across and I was not seeing diversity, and that infuriated me. Yes, we do a really good job at the apex of corporate America where we have these initiatives, but it's going to take leaps and bounds for someone like myself who's very passionate and considered high potential to get to those ranks. And so thankfully the universe had a grander plan for me. I separated from Raytheon Technologies, and people knew who I was, and I think a lot of that is because of who I show up as on LinkedIn and social media, and my work in spaces of really empowering individuals and connecting. I'm a connector, and I just love it's important to be able to say, no, you don't want me, you want B, or you don't want me, you want Nyasia, right? Like we need to be able to do that. And so leveraging technology now in this, so I'm going off on a tangent, right? I wasn't able to aspire to leadership ranks, but now being CTO at CCAT is an incredible opportunity for me to step into a senior leadership role, have these big, bold ideas about working and partnering with Millie, who's on our workforce team, and going into communities and finding that untapped potential. So we at CCAT really are at the intersection of technology and workforce, and absolutely top of mind is we need that diversity. I've used, and a male colleague told me this, it's pale, male, stale. That's how it's been, and it's infuriating, especially in the very traditional, engineering spaces. So for me, I've always been a champion of disruption and technology, and we need to have the algorithms and the I4.0, and we talk about the integration of humans and machines. We need to have all of that diversity in that technology, and we can't do it if we just have the same mundane collective.
Great lead-in. So with you, Dennis, I'm going to go back. I'm going to try to leverage that point. So what are the technologies? We spoke very briefly about a conversation that I had with a young man just yesterday. I'm trying to figure out, what am I going to ask about Industry 4.0? I asked Rippy. Rippy refused to help. That's okay. But anyway, the young man said to me, he says, well, if you want to engage us, the first thing is you can't use the traditional methods. And I said, well, what are the traditional methods? He says, you have to engage me through, he went down a litany of apps. He said, it has to be an app. It has to be Snap. It has to be Instagram. It has to be Pinterest. It has to be this. It has to be that. And he goes, oh, LinkedIn, that's played. We're not there.
TikTok.
Yeah, so now I'm totally confused. So my question would be, do you have these types of technologies as a part of your corporate plan for engagement of this new workforce, of this next generation workforce, or are you working on things that are totally proprietary that to say Cognizant?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. I think they're enterprise level capabilities. That we're focusing on within our companies in every industry. So at Cognizant, I'm aligned to insurance. So I spend my life, my days thinking about insurance companies. How can we help them be more, do more business with their clients and transform their business? We have manufacturing, healthcare, life sciences, retail, products, technology. So the main technologies and capabilities that we're working on across all of those industries includes, one, data and AI. Data is the new oil or new water, right? It is everywhere. Every company is trying to figure out how to harness the power of information, understanding the data that you have in your organizations or you need access to be a better service provider and provide better products and services to your companies. So data and AI, number one. And that includes machine learning and all the supporting capabilities around supporting data and information. 2 is cloud, right? Helping our clients move to the cloud. If there's anything that COVID has taught all of us, you've got to be agile and flexible in the way you access information. And a lot of these applications that run companies in the insurance industry, for example, policies, claims, billing, all of those core systems that make up the ecosystem of an insurance company, you got to have access to them. Wherever your clients and your vendors are, they need access. So pushing more work to the cloud is number 2. Number 3 is software engineering. Being able to build and code apps a lot faster, more nimble. So we talk about apps. Well, that's all software development, right? So there's a massive need for developers and programmers across all types of development languages. So software engineering. And then last but not least, from our perspective, the digital backbone for manufacturers is Internet of Things, right? IoT. But it's relevant into every industry. When we walk out this door, or probably in here, there's sensors, there are cameras that's emitting data. Right? Being able to connect to those sensors and those devices is powerful, and it gets back to improved decision making. So those are the 4, I would say, broad technologies that we consider mission critical within Cognizant. And it's kind of our secret sauce, so I'm telling everybody, but hey, it's on the website as well. But we believe those are the digital battlegrounds that we're going to fight as an organization. And the companies that can harness those types of capabilities will be the leaders in the future.
So Candace, in this new world, is it the technological platforms, the bridges that you find to be your greatest challenges in doing what you're trying to do in terms of bringing women back to the workforce? Or is there something else that we may not be getting?
Definitely, with Untapped Potential, we talk about 3 vectors that are going on today that have made an impact that let it even be feasible for women to return to the workplace. One is that there's more than 51% women make up the workforce. So the workforce, to your point, has to change to their needs. It's no longer 98% and 2%. And also, just like us 3 here, there's women affinity groups. There's affinity groups that can support and lift each other up. The second is really the thing that's happening that is, I'll call it the agile workforce or the contingent workforce, the growth of being able to define project-based work and get the best of breed supplier to deliver that work. And then the last is technology. So Will, to your answer on technology, there's a fear that women, if you weren't working the last 3 to 5 years, you've missed out. Technology's moved so quickly, you're not going to be able to get back in. And I would argue that our moms that are home but managing everything about their children's lives and managing all the school things of that nature are more on social media, are more quick with all the digital marketing type stuff, running their PTO ventures and things of that nature, than your 40-hour-a-week employee that's sitting on your mainframe computer and using 2 screens to do it. They're mobile doing it at the karate practice and they're on the go. So we also leverage technology to vet talent and leverage technology to connect talent. So we offer nano degrees, short courses in data analytics, in cybersecurity, in the Agile and Scrum that women who have gone through parenting and make sure emotional intelligence, everybody's happy, those skills, those empathy and ability to do project teams and drive new innovation in short sprints, they're really good at those and they can adapt to those fields quickly. So we leverage the digital learning that's available today to get them up to speed.
So last night, I always talk with my 90-year-old aunt. She's like my mom. She is my mom. She's my muse. And so I was asking her a question. I just had these short ribs. I wanted to make some short ribs, and no one can make them better than she could. And she looked at it, and she said over the phone, she says, Amos, what's wrong with you? Just Google it. So I was like, and she doesn't have a computer. So kind of leading to that. So Beatrice, can you tell me then, I heard your introduction. Have you seen your success or do you have a metric for that? Or how do you know when we're getting to a point where we're successfully making this transition into embracing inclusivity of this generation? No matter how you try to slice and dice it, how do you see your success?
Well, I think to the question, when do we know we're there? It's when we're not needing to have these conversations, correct? So that, if we talk about, for example, issues like pay inequity, if we talk about these stereotypes that the women are the ones, like you were referring to, the ones that have to raise the children, and that there is still these social structures that will judge a man that stays home taking care of the kids. And it's not the women, it's the men that will judge him. So as long as we keep thinking about those things, as long as we're thinking about roles being stereotypical female and male, we're going to have these conversations. But I think we need to be very intentional in having these conversations. And one thing that we have to learn, and I had to personally go through it, is as I move through positions of leadership, to not apologize for being intentional about mentoring women or about mentoring people from other communities. Because, you almost feel like you have to apologize so feelings are not hurt. Well, as a business, you need to do the best for your business. So for example, when I got to Comstead, my controller, it's a female actually, she was at that time, she was working with me, she said, do you realize that one of your associates, a female, is making less than the male that are doing the same job? How did this happen? I don't know. Maybe she was out for a while from the workforce, and when she came in, I don't know. Fixing that took 15% increase in one day. And you do that because you cannot ask someone to do the same job that someone else for that. But you have to be intentional and not apologize. You're not going to apologize for fairness. And I think that's part of the conversation. Companies have to do that at all levels. We have to encourage our employees to come forward. I just had one of them come and said, I need one day, a male, I need a day because I need to be with my kid and work from home. Why not? But we have to be asking ourselves the model. We have to say, we all come with preconceived notions. Implicit bias is there for all of us. I mean, the one that says, oh, I'm not racist or I'm not showing, that's not true. We all have biases that are micro decisions and micro frameworks that we come with. But we have to challenge those in ourselves. We have to say, what am I doing to change those things? What am I doing when you're raising daughters and you're telling them, well, you better marry well. Marry well to what? You better get a job, study, and get your own job. Because, but we do those things without thinking, and it's part of that. And I think I'm speaking to what Jackie was saying. When you get to positions where you can be a role model, I agree with you. We find them in social media, but in my experience, it's actually more tactical. Be visible, be present. When you see, for example, Girl Scouts. My daughters went to Girl Scouts. Most of the stuff they did was around, the cookie sale and crafts and so forth. At that time I was very busy and didn't make it a priority. Shame on me. Because then when they got to First Robotics, I had to volunteer, and these two girls had never wired anything, and I'm an electrical engineer. That's on me. That's on me. Now I came to my senses, and in the last year of high school, I did volunteer with First Robotics, and we had the first female team from Mercy High School. But that's what it takes. It takes for people like Jackie that doesn't look like the stereotypical engineer, because that's another thing that when I spoke about how you look. I grew up in the 90s in the workforce, and that's when you wore bottom downs and duckers, and you try not to wear too much makeup and so forth, because you wear to blend. No, this is what an engineer looks like, and that's great. And the more you go to a school and show girls that, look, you can be whatever you want, you can look the way you want, you can be girly and like to wear makeup and do your nails, but you still can be an engineer. I think that's, to me, it's about intentional, it's about purpose, and it's about business.
Thank you very much. I'm going to end with one question, and then some lucky member of our audience will get to place a question. So Dennis, I know you're pretty much right at the end, so I'll have you go first. I know his wife, I don't want.
I'd like to add to
Okay.
what Beatrice said. I think you're spot on. And I love the words, and I think we all need to use them more in our conversations when we're having these discussions around, women returning to the workforce. How do we make our companies more attractive? And I love the words intentional, purposeful, unapologetic. I absolutely agree with that, because that's the only way we're going to drive change. If we keep doing and having the same kind of conversations we're having, historically we've been having, we're not going to see change. A good example, in one of my prior roles at Cognizant, I ran sales for North America for insurance business. And in sales, it's a predominantly men profession, sales, right? Particularly technology sales. And I would constantly ask my teams whenever we had an opening for hiring, I said, look, I'd like to see a diverse set of candidates. And specifically, I'd like to see women. So multiple iterations went on, and every time I'd get four guys, and at the end of the day, we'd hire one of the guys, right? And I got to a point where I said, it's not, I'm not asking anymore. I'm telling you, this is who I want to see, right? Women and diverse candidates and everybody else. And I think we changed, and I started hiring more women in sales roles, technology sales roles. And believe it or not, the women that I hired outperformed the men in sales, technology sales. And I really had to push the envelope to drive that change. And I think, to your point, Beatrice, purposeful, intentional, and unapologetic about how we're going to drive change from an inclusive standpoint.
Wow, that leads into the last question. Thank you very much for that, Dennis. So with that said, Rippy Singh showed us a few clips of I'm not the snake oil salesman, so I know there's no Industry 5.0 yet. However, unless one asks that question, it's kind of difficult to imagine that you will ever get there. So I'll put it before you, Dennis. So what do you think Industry 5.0 is going to look like? I'm a technologist. I'm not going to drive you there, but how do you see that world?
Well, certainly more automation. I mean, 4.0 is all about machines and humans trying to coexist. I kind of call it, we're going to be cobots. That's a new job of the future, kind of helping robots and machines work together. But there's an acceleration of more automation and more technologies. Virtual reality is here. Augmented reality is here. The acceleration of more technologies, these advanced technologies, will be our future. Manufacturing, you already have smarter manufacturing on the floors and sensors, technologies, and those kinds of things. So I think it's going to be scary, but I think it's going to be good. The World Economic Forum has forecasted that, in the next 4 years, technology will replace 85 million jobs. But at the same token, it's going to create 97 million new jobs. So guess what? Work's going to be there. The kind of work we do with all of these newer technologies will certainly change. And I think what we can do, and I'm glad we're having these kind of conversations, I'm hoping we're doing this in 28 places throughout Connecticut, around the country, is educating our youth. Education will be the key to drive change and to make sure we're prepared for a stronger workforce. Another example, I've got a 24-year-old daughter. I've got a 21-year-old son. Thank God he's graduating college this year. So we'll be happy empty nesters, a little more money in our pocket. But my daughter, her career, she's an architect. She's a staff architect. She worked for a couple of local architecture firms here in Hartford, went to University of Maryland, got a great degree. She's an architect in DC, but due to COVID, her job changed. The little small firm, architecture firm she was working as a staff architect, they said, look, COVID, we have to cut projects. She was like, oh. 3 months later, she got another job as a virtual design engineer. Think about jobs of the future. She's now designing the interior systems for commercial buildings. So we were spending some time together, and she's starting to use augmented and virtual reality. And she's taking me inside of buildings that she's putting the pipes here, and it needs to be I don't know, a 3/8-inch pipe or whatever. She's putting the HVAC system here. And the companies that she's working for, it's a big construction firm, they're using plans that are being built by these 24-year-olds using all kinds of cool technology to tell these contractors where things need to go. Here's the plumbing, here's the electrical, here's the joists. So we're going to be in a world that's being driven by technology. Technology is going to be in everything we do. And I think Connecticut, I'm bullish on Connecticut, although my kids have moved on. My wife and I still live for part-time, but I'm bullish on Connecticut. I mean, we're a state that's known for high tech. What I'm afraid of, we've got an aging workforce. People are retiring with a lot of good knowledge. And if we don't get the young workers, the young students engaged early in technology and manufacturing, and I think trades are just as important as getting an undergraduate degree in electrical engineering. We need plumbers, electricians, HVAC, all the machinists, welders, all of those great trades. We need that just as much as we need college students with degrees that can be part of this thriving workforce. So I think STEM education is the key, along with all those manufacturing and trade schools. We have to start now to get our kids, young kids, interested in those kinds of fields. And I think we need to do more with women, and particularly young girls. And there are a lot of coding organizations around. You know, I'm proud that Cognizant's part of the Connecticut Science Center and one of the maker programs here with the Hartford. So we're doing a lot, doing, I believe, a good portion to drive interest in STEM type careers. But it all starts with education. And I sort of close with, there's a great study that was done in September on the state of women in the workforce by McKinsey. You can Google it. You've seen it? Yeah, it's a great study. And it basically says, hey, you know, women have been the backbone of industry and society for a long time. But due to COVID, they're burned out, right? And the companies that show that they understand that women are valued and they bring a lot to the table. They're the caregivers in our lives, in addition to working. But you know what? They're challenged. Pay is not equitable. For every dollar a man makes, a woman makes 72 cents or 80 cents, whatever it is. So there's a lot of work we can do to attract and bring more women into workforce. And I think Connecticut has unlimited potential. Hopefully this infrastructure bill generates the next wave of innovation, entrepreneurs, that's going to help drive our economy forward.
So Candace, thank you very much, Dennis.
Yes.
And you kind of opened the door for Candace here, because what Trey said to me after I asked him, I say, so where are they? He goes, you got to have an app, man. You can't talk to them unless you got an app. Okay, help me get the app. But, you know, he also kind of touched on this whole VR world. He was telling me about, you know, being able to set up your avatar, and your avatar can go in and buy a Gucci bag for $100 versus the $400 that your real life person can go.
Oh, gosh.
I don't know why. He says there's a whole economy set up in the virtual world.
Right.
I don't know if this is something that's appropriate for bringing women back into the workforce, but you know, is that kind of technology space something you're considering, or are you someplace else in terms of your Industry 5.0?
Well, just thinking about Industry 5.0 and really exposing, we do a lot to expose women to those new technologies, and we actually bring women to the CCAT Center for them to learn about 3D manufacturing, additive and subtractive manufacturing, but we bring them to the Farmington libraries to learn about virtual reality and AI, and you know, making sure that they have exposure to the trends and the new technologies. My background being as an optical laser engineer, I worked in light fusion at the Laser Lab for Energetics, but I also worked at IBM in microelectronics and developing new fields in laser removal, additive manufacturing, subtractive, but it was all done machine vision. We were machine vision robotic tool controlled, and I'm actually surprised that the world hasn't moved that far fully as much as I would have expected as I was doing in 1990s. But the amount that imagery has exploded, my experience at Eastman Kodak, and I had worked on Earth Imagery Online, the first collection of imagery of the Earth in color, 6-inch color, with Australia, Italy, Canada, and the United States. and it has exploded, with the drones and capturing imagery, that I can believe that we're going to have these virtual realities and, walking in a room and have these experiences. In fact, if COVID came and we already were at the virtual reality point, we wouldn't even feel like we needed to go somewhere. We would just be home and doing all these virtual excursions. How that's going to translate to the work experience, and I think that companies are evolving in trying to make it the hybrid work, and make hybrid with even the people in the offices feeling like they're all joining in similarly, even though people are in different places. So I think there's a lot of evolution there. From a Industry 5.0 standpoint of how work might change, as we've seen, the millennials move from job to job every 18 months. And granted, Connecticut is losing our baby boomers and an inability to attract those millennials. I think jobs are going to become more fluid. And there'll be more project-based contingent work, defining the job differently, and less commitment to companies of 30 years, like when I started at IBM was the expectation. Not that that's a good thing, but I think that could be in that reality in the future.
Okay, so I'm going to come down and hopefully get known as a real beat. So a question from the audience. Anybody, a question? I've been making you the transition point all day.
It's okay.
Sorry for that. So a question about Industry 5.0 or your own question for Dr. Garofano. Anybody want to ask that question? No? Okay, so then you can tell me, what do you see as Industry 5.0, and what are your challenges, and how do you think that you've successfully gotten there where you see that point?
So I'm going to bring it back to inclusivity and equity, and really I4.0 is all about the digital connection, digital thread, automation, robotics, bringing in, there's a consensus or, stigma around manufacturing. It's old, dark, dirty, dingy, greasy. There's no career trajectory there. We've heard from Chris and Kelly and many others about really the potential that's there. The work that we do at CCAT and in partnership with CONSTEP and other state organizations is really addressing the need within the workforce, right? The upskilling of the current aging workforce that still wants to hang on, that has all of that tribal knowledge, that their own computers, right, in their minds. And the young workforce that's up and coming and emerging that doesn't necessarily necessitate having a 4-year degree or an advanced degree. We at CCAT are doing a really wonderful job of coming into Hartford, going, boots on the ground. Millie, she's amazing. And the team that we have for our workforce development is, providing awareness, access, and opportunities. And the most important thing is young people need to see themselves in manufacturing. Presently, I don't think they really do. There are companies and entities and organizations that are doing it phenomenally well. They're the ones that are getting the talent. They're the ones that are going to supersede. They're the ones that are probably at the cutting edge of technology. So for us, it's all about the impact of and measuring, how we're balancing the scale of economic development and workforce development, how we're taking the diversity of thought, of experiences, of knowledge, and even just at the superficial level, changing lives. There's opportunities for young people who are currently the breadwinners, right, for their families that, the time and space is just so ripe for disruption, and young people are going to do that. And they do that because of leaders like Naija and others that are out there, doing the work, showing them what's possible. So in the I5.0 space, right, it's all about, I was reading, artificial intelligence is going to give humans superpowers, right? We can't necessarily lose that humanity, that empathy, that instinctual nature that we as humans have that will translate into our computation, our cognitive computing. So technology, it's uncertain. We see all of those scary things about AI and machine learning and what have you, but it's really transforming the way in which we work and transforming the workforce as well. So I think that's really powerful.
Well, I think, the people before me have got it right, but I just want to add something to it. So when I think about, I4O, we're thinking about connecting devices to the cloud. When we think about 5.0, the human is interacting with the machine, basically. So that's kind of how I think about it. And what worries me personally, and I think a lot of people, is this economic divide with the people that access technology and those that can't. So in our communities, we have, and we saw that through COVID, where you have the communities that are very well connected. You get, communities like even where I live, Middletown, Farmington, even, where the children were able to connect to the network. They have the infrastructure at home. The parents have internet, cable, whatever they need to do, and they're ready. And then you have a part of the population where the kids don't have access to any of that. So I'm very optimistic that this infrastructure bill will build infrastructure in the system, and we gotta really think that way. This country grew after the war because of the highway system. If you have been in any third world country, the reason basically they're third world is because you cannot get products to people. We need to be able to get knowledge, which is the new product, the content, to people. Now, Neisha, if I may be mispronouncing your name, made a very strong point about resources. And she described what was my experience in college. So I came here at 20 years old, and my parents were in Colombia. I was on my own with my husband. I was married. So it wasn't about being part of committees and classes and all that. It was like, chop, chop, get your classes and how fast you get here, and then get a job, because I gotta eat. Now, I did not have children, but a lot of these young people, particularly females, are single parents. So we gotta look for ways to get to where they are, to make it easier for them to get education, because it sounds really easy to say, we gotta get them STEM, we gotta get them educated. That's easy to say if you don't have a kid at home that you have to feed, or a parent you have to take care of, and you're on your own. So we gotta look for a support network for this population, for the urban kids, for the females that are trying to manage kids. This building, actually, I think it's this one, where Capital Community College is. This is a perfect example of that population. We're in Hartford. These kids come here to go to school, and they are not only exposed, but when they go home to do homework, they may not have the support there. So I think institutionally and as a culture, if we really want to move them forward, we need to do that. So one of our, as part of CVIA, we have an affiliate. So Comstead, the one I work in, works with the companies, but we're affiliated with Ready City, and Shannon is out there. Hi, Shannon. Ready City is focused on really trying to understand that element. And I have to say, when I first came to Comstead, I was like, how is this gonna work? And the more we work together, the more I realized you cannot talk about growing manufacturing without growing that pipeline down to K, K to retirement, because it's a whole process of development. A makerspace is, for example, a place where there's availability. But what we need is leverage resources, private and public, in support of those things. And we're gonna have to get creative. Big companies like GE, where I work, or Rockwell, they had this big, they had daycares on site. They had, they had a place where you can go and breastfeed. So there were a lot of things in place. Small companies, we keep saying they cannot do that, but we need to help them do it. It's not about they can't. For example, you get 5 small companies and you combine resources to get either a daycare or to subsidize your employee that leaves the kids with a neighbor. That is movement forward. But we cannot expect, that things are gonna change on their own. So I think, what we're all saying is it is not a choice. This state and this country, if we don't get our act together, we're gonna lose competitive. You look at the Europeans figured that out. And we can talk politically how much that sounds like socialism, but they figure a way to get women to leave their children with someone so they can work. The Nordic countries are very good at that. We need to learn. If we're not gonna really if we're going to compete, we're going to have to look at those models and bring them into it. So it's about technology access, it's about support, and it's about being able to cut that economic gap that limits access to those resources.
And with that, Beatrice, that's a mic dropper. Thank you very much. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed this as much as I did. Better? Okay. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Beatrice, Jackie, Candace, Dennis, I can't thank you enough. I know Deborah and the rest of the folks here at Makerspace appreciate you giving us the time. And with that said, I wish you a safe return home. Thank you very much for your comments. And Deborah, I'll turn the floor back to you.
That was great. Dennis, I'm going to give this to you on the way out. So, Candace, I'm going to give that to you. I want to say thank you to everyone. Oh, wait, actually, this one, you got the wrong one.
Thank you.
And Jackie, thank you. Boy, where were you earlier when I was doing that all day?
Thank you.
So I want to say, can I help? I want to say thank all of you for bearing with us for the day. I'm just honored that you guys were here, that you allowed us to bring this entire topic to all of you to discuss. Great panels, great discussion today. And as a reward, we're inviting you downstairs. We have Breweries is doing a beer tasting. We have Hartford Flavors is doing a tasting. City Steam has down there, and we have appetizers as well. So we'd love for you to network. Thank you again so much for letting us bring this to you and being a part of our community. We need to work together and collaborate and continue to build these discussions. Thank you.